okay? I've been on this journey for 5 years. Rachel's been on this journey for 4 years. And you know what I'm going home with? It's time to get your sleep and your stress under control. I've worked on my diet, I've worked on my exercise routine, but I haven't fixed sleep yet, and that's probably the thing that's really affecting me the most. So that is my takeaway, but find your takeaway.
Absolutely. We should probably, just in case there's somebody who doesn't know us, we'd
Yep.
love to just share a little bit about our story.
Yeah, so for those of you maybe you were yesterday, if you're watching us online, my name is Joe.
And I'm Rachel.
And we're two crazy ketos, and we are keto YouTubers. We started, like I said, on this journey 5 years ago. Rachel was 4 years ago. And a lot of times I think people look at us and like, you don't know what it's like. You guys are skinny, or at least we may look skinny to you. I don't feel skinny, but we've been there. Okay, so we have both been morbidly obese our entire life. So if you're curious, this is the second marriage for both of us, and this is what we looked like when we got married.
Well, and unfortunately, we look at this, and what we should see is a happy couple that's in love and a blended family that's coming together, but it's hard for us to look past our weight and how heavy we are.
Yep. Oh, by the way, these pictures, we had both lost weight to get to that.
Oh, absolutely, because we had an event to be on a diet for. And as much as I am excited for what you guys are going to take away from this event, it is really our prayer that you will leave something at this event. And our prayer is that you will leave any guilt and shame that you have from the past.
Yeah.
It is, you cannot get in a time machine. I can't go back and feed my children when they're 5 years old. My youngest one is 21 years old now. And the heaviness of the guilt and the shame that we carried for our whole lives, it's too heavy. It's time to leave it behind. But
yeah.
I also understand that if I'm carrying a super heavy backpack, I usually will back up to Joe and ask him, will you please help me get this weight off? Because even getting it off, I can't do it by myself. And I really encourage you today, as you process that, if you need to just talk to somebody, we came 2,500 miles to hug your neck and to let you know, no, seriously, we care about your life. And every speaker here cares about your life. And as much as we're excited about you getting healthy, we're also care about you letting go of some stuff. So reach out to Kim Howerton, reach out to Nurse Cindy, come and approach us. We want to talk to you. If there's any way that we can be a blessing to you, that is our great desire today.
We have been there. We know what it's like to walk and look down because we're embarrassed about the way we look. So you saw what we looked like when we got married. Well, this was us just 4 years later. We continued to let ourselves go. You may see me throughout the day walk with a limp. I have several pins in my ankle. I had a car accident when I was 20 years old. I spent 2 years on crutches. I spent almost 30 years taking painkillers and arthritis medication every single day to deal with it. When I started keto for weight loss. I did not know it was an anti-inflammatory diet. It was 6 months after I started when I looked at Rachel and I was like, I haven't taken a painkiller or an arthritis pill in 6 months. I didn't know it. I didn't know I wasn't taking it. But prior to that, I was in a motorized scooter. You see me here with my nephew. That's how we did Disney World.
There's a child hiding there.
That's how we did Disney World. Rachel ballooned up to, we don't even know what the weight was. We know it was close to 300 pounds. We did do some dieting. I'd gotten myself down a little bit. Rachel decided to heavily calorie restrict to lose weight. Calorie restricting doesn't work.
It doesn't work because it's not sustainable. There's nowhere to go. I had gotten down to 500 calories a day. I only ate 2 foods. I ate oatmeal and I ate like a little bit of Greek yogurt. And when I say I ate oatmeal, I ate 1 cup of oatmeal a day. And I lost the weight, but I didn't get to maintain the weight loss because I started storing all of the carbohydrates. It just ballooned right back up. And on 500 calories a day, I gained back 70 pounds.
Yeah. So in 2017, I was at my heaviest weight, close to 300 pounds. Rachel had started gaining her weight back. That's what I looked like when I found keto. My last known weight was 285 pounds, but I know I weighed more because that was 6 months prior to that, and my sizes went up 2 sizes. Rachel, by the end of the year, because she did not stay on keto because she didn't think it would work, ended up ballooning up another 70 pounds, and that's what she looked like at the end of 2017.
That is what calorie restriction looks like. If anybody's like, hey, I'm going to just calorie restrict, I'm going to white knuckle starve myself, and I'm going to be able to maintain success, that's what it looks like.
So she got back on keto that following year, and this is what you see, eating 5 times more.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
That comes from the knowledge that you're seeing from the speakers here today, eating the appropriate foods. It's not the amount, it's the appropriate foods. And we're going to ask you guys, when you leave today, yes, please come find people. Dr. Berry is approachable. Kim Howerton is approachable. Ask her Cindy, she is approachable. All of these speakers are approachable. They're here because we care. Yeah. We want you guys to take 2 things away from this conference. Number 1, we are a family. Please do not try to white knuckle your journey.
No, I think that being able to maintain any measure of success, I believe it's because I have partners in this. We have the 2 KRAZY Ketos family. I don't just talk about, we don't just talk about diet. We talk about we've gained a job, or we've lost a job, or we've lost a loved one, or we have kids that are leaving the nest and going to college, and we've got to process through all of that. And, we have this wonderful information, but we have to walk this out 24 hours a day. And it's not just one decision to better your life. It's 1,000 decisions a week to continue just making the right choices. And it's hard. And I truly believe it is impossible to do this on our own. Yep. I don't think that we were meant to do life alone. And I'm thankful to you guys and to so many others and to our online family as well, that because of you, we don't have to live each day out alone.
Yep, and that leads us to the second point we want you to take away. We've built a family. There's online Facebook groups, whether you join the 2 KRAZY Ketos family group on Facebook, or Kim Howerton's group, or you go to, Cindy's Facebook, Dr. Berry's groups. We've got a family, and we need to share our story, because your story is going to impact somebody. There is somebody out there right now. I say this every Monday on our Keto on the Couch, which we live stream at 10 a.m. on Mondays. There is somebody out there right now that is going through what you have gone through, or what you are going through right now, and they think they're alone. They think nobody else understands me. And when you share your story that, hey, I've been there, it gives them hope. And that's what we need. So you need to share your story. Share it publicly. Share it to people that are here. Share it on your Facebook. Share it to anybody that will listen. And I don't care where you are in your journey, whether you are on day 1, week 1, year 1, 10 years in. If you have gone for the first time in your life 5 days without eating a candy bar, that's a win. And you need to share that.
Yeah, just something interesting. When we were traveling with Nurse Cindy this week, I was so thankful for the opportunity to ask her, what started Ask Nurse Cindy? Like, what was your first, stream like? Why did you do that? And she shared that she had just been taught by her daughter, as our kids always teach us social media, right? God bless them. But she said her daughter had just showed her how to Facebook and do a live. And she had realized she was at a gas station, and she was going back to her car and realized that she had only taken a coffee out of that gas station. That was the first time that she did not buy at least 3 treats to eat, 1 at the gas station before she left the pump, 1 on the way home, and 1 at home. She's like, I just left with coffee. And I thought, I really have made a change, and I need to share this. I need to celebrate this. And for the people in my life that know me, they're going to know that really is a win, because they've never seen me make that decision before. So this really is a change forever. So she just put it on Facebook, and aren't you so glad she did? I mean, she's changed the lives of so many people. And I'm so thankful for all the speakers here today. And we're going to be able to have the privilege of introducing Amy Berger.
Does anybody want to know about protein?
Yes.
If you have questions about protein, this woman is amazing.
Yes.
Okay? So I am super excited for our next speaker.
I am too. And again, somebody else that's been there, not speaking to you because it's like, wow, I'm outside of your situation. She's made a million choices to get her where she's at, and she can help. So let me introduce her. Amy Berger is an U.S. Air Force veteran and certified nutrition specialist who helps people do keto without the crazy. I love that. Not without the 2 crazy ketos, but we're crazy with a K. She's talking about the C crazy. She writes about a wide range of health and nutrition related topics such as insulin, weight loss, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, thyroid function, and more. She has presented internationally on these issues and is the author of The Alzheimer's Antidote, The Stall Slayer, and co-author of End Your Carb Confusion. What a privilege it is to introduce Amy Berger.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, thank you. How do I?
Right.
Oh. I don't know what you see. I don't see my slides yet. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I can break the ice here. If you happen to look at the schedule ahead of time, you may have noticed that the day starts with a burger and ends with a berry. So everybody in between is just the meat in the real food sandwich. And the way to get people to stay for the entire second day of a 2-day conference is to put a big headliner at the end of day 2, and I think we can all agree they did that. All right, so I have a 60-minute talk and 45 minutes to give it, so I hope, buckle up, and I hope you've had your coffee. All right. So we're going to talk about ketogenic therapies for neurological and neurodegenerative disorders. Why should we look at ketogenic therapies, or any alternative therapy for that matter? Why do we need to explore some kind of new treatment for these conditions? Well, because this is the standard of care. Take your meds and say your prayers. That's essentially the best we have to offer these people right now. Is this for real? Is there nothing better out there that we could potentially try for these neurological and neurodegenerative conditions? Why ketogenic therapies specifically? I mean, we could try any alternative therapy. Why keto? Or any alternative? Well, conventional treatments are lackluster. They're just not that effective. If you know anyone with Parkinson's or MS or Alzheimer's, how effective are those meds? Not that great. There's treatment-resistant cases. So even when there are medications, oh, is that my earring doing that? I hope not. Okay. Even when there are, I'm going to have to take that out, aren't I? Boo! I wanted to have these pretty earrings on while I spoke, but the technology gods are telling us no. Okay. Treatment-resistant cases. So even where we have medications that are effective, they're not effective for everybody. There are some cases that just don't respond to these drugs. There's a decline in efficacy. So again, even when there's a drug that works, over time that efficacy wanes and it doesn't work so well anymore. There are side effects to the drugs. Parkinson's, because of the way the Parkinson's drugs affect the dopamine system, did you know that a potential side effect of some of the Parkinson's drugs is development of new risky behavior, compulsive gambling, compulsive, risk-seeking behavior? Okay, great, your tremor is better, but you just lost your life savings at the roulette wheel. Is this seriously the best we can do? Is there nothing better for, heaven's sake? Now, why keto specifically? Because that's why we need a different treatment. Why keto? It's because all of the conditions I'm going to talk about today have a lot in common. There's your energetics, the problems with cellular energy. You're going to hear that over and over. And keto addresses that. Keto addresses numerous factors with a single intervention. So you can address the root cause, and it affects all these great things. And we know, let's say keto is one thing. Eat really, really low carb. And what can you fix? Obesity, type 2 diabetes, PCOS, acid reflux, non-alcoholic fatty liver, all these different things with one intervention. Now, this is a therapy, this is a dietary therapy that is at least 30 years in the making. What a difference 3 decades makes, right? I know most of us in the room probably remember that one on the left. The one on the right, maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't, but 30 years apart. This is not 30 years old, it's at least 50 years old. It's been 50 years since Dr. Atkins' diet revolution, and now, this year, the ketogenic, this is a textbook. This is a textbook. And this is actually the second edition that's coming out this year. And I don't know if Dr. Westman's here, I think he has a chapter in this book on type 2 diabetes and obesity. So they'll just let anyone write one of those these days, won't they? No, I am kidding. I think we can all agree there's probably almost no one in the world more qualified to write that chapter. It's not just 50 years old. It's over 100 years old. This goes back to ancient times because they knew, way back in the time of Hippocrates, fasting could either prevent seizures altogether or reduce the frequency and severity. Now, that's all well and good. Okay, fasting is great, but it doesn't matter how effective fasting is if eventually you have to eat. You can only fast for so long. So they discovered around the 1920s, epilepsy researchers, that you could get pretty much almost the same effect of fasting just by keeping your carb intake very, very low. There was something unique about carbohydrate restriction that allowed you to get the metabolic benefits of fasting while actually still eating food. Now, this, I think, in my opinion anyway, we have substantiated research, and by that I mean mountains of incontrovertible scientific evidence that keto is really great for everything on this slide. I think we can kind of all agree on that. This next one, we've got emerging evidence and patient anecdotes. And all of these do have published research. It's not like we're shooting in the dark here. It's just the evidence isn't as robust yet as it is for the things like type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and all that. And actually, anyone that has lipedema, there's a virtual conference coming up for keto, specifically for lipedema and lymphedema. You can look at that. It's a ketogenic revolution for lipedema and lymphedema. Just search it, you'll find it. Siobhan Huggins will tell you more about that. So keto is really, really good for a wide variety of stuff. And believe me, I know that when you're in this space, you start to sound like a kook. You start to sound like a crazy person. Oh, you have migraines, have you tried keto? You want to lose weight, have you tried keto? You have diabetes, have you tried keto? Oh, you're bipolar, did you try keto? You start to sound like a snake oil salesman, right? For everything that someone has, big, small, rare, not rare, you want to tell them to try keto. And so, because the thing is, that saying, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Well, a very, very wise man once said, keto is a really big hammer, and there are a lot of little nails out there. Feel like I need a cigarette after that sentence, if you know what I mean. I wish I could take credit for this brilliant insight, but it's not me, it is Jeff Volek, and boy, I won't steal, but I'll introduce people to great things that I find. I just can't get over that sentence. Okay, now that we've built the foundation, let's look at the commonalities between seemingly diverse neurological and neurodegenerative disorders. And we'll build the rationale for keto. These are energy problems, and I think it's time for the glasses for a second here. It's wordy, but I think it's worth reading. Neurons are largely intolerant of inadequate energy supply, and thus, the high energy demand of the brain predisposes it to a variety of diseases if energy supplies are disrupted. Neurodegenerative diseases are not classically thought to be caused by disturbed metabolism, but bioenergetic defects are emerging as important pathophysiological mechanisms in several disorders. Bioenergetic defects, disturbed metabolism, keep those in mind. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Alzheimer's disease, and then we'll branch out into some of the other neurodegenerative things. I wrote a book called The Alzheimer's Antidote, and I can give an hour-long talk just on Alzheimer's. You're going to get the hour-long talk on Alzheimer's in like the next 4 slides. So, if you're wondering why a keto-oriented nutritionist would have anything to say about any of this, it's because they regularly refer to Alzheimer's disease as type 3 diabetes or diabetes of the brain. Sometimes they call it brain insulin resistance. Why is that? It's because Alzheimer's disease is essentially a metabolic problem. And when I use the word metabolic, I mean it has to do with the way the brain generates energy. So the predominant abnormality in late onset Alzheimer's is a 45% reduction in cerebral glucose utilization. Your brain, depending on the source you cite, your brain accounts for only about 2% of your body weight, yet it uses 25 to 30% of all the glucose and oxygen in your body. So, if your brain is using 45% less glucose than a healthy person's brain, don't you think you might have memory problems? Don't you think you might have confusion? Don't you think you might have some personality changes? I can't see how you wouldn't. It's now widely acknowledged that brain hypometabolism accompanies Alzheimer's. Hypometabolism just means too little metabolism, not enough energy. A prominent and well-characterized feature of Alzheimer's is progressive region-specific declines in the cerebral metabolic rate of glucose. So this is progressive, right? Everybody knows you don't wake up all of a sudden one day with severe dementia. This starts in, they actually call it mild cognitive impairment. It starts in kind of an early mild phase, and it gets worse and worse over time. It's region-specific. So at first, only certain parts of the brain are affected, right? You can still go about what we call the activities of daily living. You know, you might misplace your keys, you might forget a word. Over time, as the disease spreads and gets more severe, other parts of the brain, until the whole thing is affected and you can't even take care of yourself, you can't cook, you can't bathe yourself, that kind of stuff. But it's progressive and region-specific. Reductions in that regional cerebral glucose metabolic rate can be observed years before dementia onset. I wanted to make that red, but it wouldn't stand out against the purple, so just pretend like it's in red. The reduced glucose uptake in Alzheimer's is measurable in people as young as their 30s and 40s. This is not a disease of old elderly people. They used to call it old-timers disease, right? Oh, grandma's getting senile. Oh, grandpa's losing his marbles, you know. We are now seeing people, what, in their 50s and 60s with early onset Alzheimer's, What's happening? We're seeing people younger and younger and younger affected, just like. Yesterday, some of the speakers mentioned we've got toddlers with type 2 diabetes. We've got toddlers with non-alcoholic fatty liver. These metabolic problems across the spectrum are happening to people younger and younger. So now the thing is, these people are cognitively normal, even though their brains are already taking up and using less glucose than a healthy brain. They're young enough and robust enough that their brain is compensating. So there's no signs and symptoms. It's only when the disease has gotten so severe and widespread that they start showing those signs and symptoms, the memory loss. But the disease process has been brewing and brewing for years, and in some cases decades. It's only when it's bad enough to show symptoms that you know something's wrong. Now, as much as I absolutely love the phrase type 3 diabetes or diabetes of the brain, it's a little bit misleading because that sort of automatically implies there's a problem with glucose, which there is, but I think a couple of people mentioned yesterday in relation to other metabolic problems that you can be hyperinsulinemic. Your insulin can be elevated for years and years while the blood sugar is normal, right? The fasting glucose is normal, the A1C is normal. That's normal because the insulin is very high. And so even in people who do not have type 2 diabetes, if you have chronically high insulin, this is a major risk factor, if not cause, of some of these metabolic problems. So this is a gentleman named Dr. Joseph Kraft. He wrote a great book where he talked all about this, all these people who did not have diabetes but had high insulin, and it was a problem. So diabetes occurs in people with normal blood sugar. There's far too many who were told, oh, don't worry, your blood glucose is normal. Yeah, because nobody's looking at insulin, except maybe some of the doctors in this room. You could be at a normal weight, normal BMI. Your fasting blood sugar could be normal. Your fasting insulin could even be normal, and that doesn't rule out that you have hyperinsulinemia. Because let's say you're fasting, well, we all know you can be at a normal weight and have diabetes or have any of these problems. But even your fasting insulin could be normal because you wake up in the morning, it's been a few hours since you've eaten, the insulin's normal. Now let's say you have a meal. Typical American, let's say you have a bowl of cereal with skim milk and a bran muffin, half a glass of juice. Now your insulin is through the roof and maybe it stays there most of the day. So, okay, the fasting level is normal, whoop-de-doo. Okay, it's the insulin. Chronically high insulin is our canary in the coal mine. Risk of Alzheimer's doubled. They did a prospective cohort, followed some people. The risk for Alzheimer's doubled in the proportion of subjects with hyperinsulinemia and was highest in people without diabetes. So these were exactly who Dr. Kraft was talking about. These are people who they weren't diagnosed with diabetes because the blood sugar is normal, but the insulin is elevated and they had double the risk for Alzheimer's. Insulin resistance may be a marker of Alzheimer's risk associated with reduced cerebral metabolic rate of glucose and subtle cognitive impairments at the earliest stage of disease, even before the onset of mild cognitive impairment. This is the first domino to fall in this disease process. The chronic hyperinsulinemia, just like in diabetes, you can have that for years and years and years before you ever get diagnosed with anything, right? And please, make no mistake, in my opinion anyway, and this is my opinion, maybe not a fact, the memory loss, the personality changes, the behavioral disturbances we see in Alzheimer's are the symptoms. That's not the disease. The disease, the problem, the underlying disturbance is this brain glucose starvation. It is a fuel crisis, an energy shortage in the brain. The symptoms are the memory loss and the cognitive decline and all that. Okay, we've all heard of metabolic syndrome. We all know it's intimately related to chronically high insulin. The associations now between metabolic syndrome and cognitive decline and cognitive impairment are so strong that there's papers written about this now. It may be hard to see. I don't know how big it is out there, but anyone here a fan of the humor writer Dave Barry? I love Dave Barry. You know how Dave Barry always said, Dave Barry is not making this up, right? Amy Berger is not making this up. The metabolic cognitive syndrome, the insulin-resistant brain state, a metabolic approach for the management of Alzheimer's. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the work of Dr. Thomas Seyfried. He talks about the metabolic approach to cancer. I think we actually have a talk on that today, later. What about a metabolic approach for Alzheimer's? Okay, now we've built the foundation. Let's talk about some of these other neurodegenerative problems and see how this glucose, energy, metabolism stuff relates. The commonalities among a lot of neurological and neurodegenerative disorders that seem very different, they have a lot in common at the underlying thing. So neuronal hypometabolism that is specific to glucose. This is not unique to Alzheimer's. You'll see in a couple of slides, this is noted in almost all the neurodegenerative conditions the major ones anyway, that have been studied. So we have decreased ATP, there's a fuel starvation, there's mitochondrial dysfunction. I don't think it is, I may not have time to get into that. I think the mitochondria are protecting themselves by not taking up glucose. Hey, I'm so overloaded with glucose from the past 40 years, I don't even want anymore, leave me alone. Increased oxidative stress, often the chronic hyperinsulinemia, neuronal atrophy. Of course your neurons are going to shrink and atrophy. They're starving for fuel. It takes energy to maintain the special shape of those neurons. You don't have enough energy, they're going to degrade. Cellular malfunction, neuronal death at the end. Okay, who cares? Who cares? Why does it even matter if your brain, if your neurons are not getting enough fuel? Like, what's the big deal? Well, oops, I think I accidentally, okay. We need energy. Like I said, your brain is an energy hog, right? It uses a huge chunk of the glucose and oxygen in your body. And for some of the things on this slide, we can use any energy source. It could be glucose, it could be ketones, it could be fatty acids. Some of these, we specifically need glucose. So we do have to get a little bit of glucose into the brain. I think there's a reason your blood sugar never goes to zero, or so far as we know. So we need energy to maintain, again, I said those specialized shapes of the neurons, it takes energy to maintain those axons and dendrites. When you have nerve impulses, when you have dopamine going out and serotonin and just, things that tell your motor neurons to fire and do the things they're supposed to do, that takes energy to send out those signals. We always talk about how important electrolytes are in keto. A lot of that has to do with electrochemical potential on the cell membranes. If that's out of whack, neurons are going to fire when they're not supposed to fire, and they're not going to fire when they are supposed to fire. That sounds like maybe a neurodegenerative problem if your neurons aren't working. So we need energy to maintain those ion gradients and those electrochemical balances. Synthesis of neurotransmitters, everything takes energy in the body. There's no free lunch. And then a building block, there are certain compounds that your brain needs to make that can't, that don't cross. Yeah, so the brain needs to make certain compounds that can't cross the blood-brain barrier, but they can be made out of glucose, or in part, glucose is a contributor to these molecules. So we need to get glucose into the brain. So it is a major, major problem if the brain is starving for energy, and also specifically if it's starving for glucose energy. Okay. We built the foundation with Alzheimer's. Let's talk about Parkinson's disease, and let's see what they have in common. The dopaminergic cell loss occurs in early Parkinson's disease, with more than 50% of the putamen dopaminergic terminals having been lost before the clinical diagnosis of disease. Did we not see this in Alzheimer's disease, where that brain fuel starvation, the chronic hyperinsulinemia, goes on for years before you get a diagnosis? It has to be pretty severe to make you symptomatic enough to say, ooh, maybe I should go to the doctor, like I think something might be wrong. By the time you do that, how much have you already lost? And we see the same thing in Parkinson's. What else do we see in Parkinson's disease? Ooh, yikes, look at that. High prevalence of undiagnosed insulin resistance in what? Non-diabetic subjects. So people with normal glucose. Now, it was a small study, only 154 people. 58% of them had undiagnosed insulin resistance with a normal fasting glucose. Now, it's not really a shock. I mean, of the people that had obesity or were overweight, a large proportion of them had this undiagnosed insulin resistance. But even those at a normal weight, and I hate that phrase, that's why I have to use the air quotes, even those at a normal weight, 41% of those had undiagnosed insulin resistance. This is a huge sticking point for me personally and professionally, because there's such a bias and a stigma against heavier people in our society when your weight really says nothing about what's going on inside. You can absolutely be at a normal weight and have raging diabetes or raging hyperinsulinemia. Now, the thing is, this was diagnosed. 58% had undiagnosed insulin resistance based only on the fasting insulin. How many more, what higher percentage would have been diagnosed if we did this after a meal or after a glucose tolerance test? How many of them would have been diagnosed if we looked at more than the fasting? All right. Have you ever heard, or are you familiar that changes in your sense of smell and sometimes taste can be like early warning signs of Parkinson's? I don't want to scare anybody, because like if you're having trouble smelling, it doesn't mean you have Parkinson's, but it's just a potential really early sign. They call it the peanut butter test. I don't know why they specifically use peanut butter, except it smells delicious. You hold a jar of that up to your face and it doesn't smell like anything, it's kind of a problem. Why? Why would changes in smell have anything to do with Parkinson's, and what's going on there? Well, isn't this interesting? Look at these little tidbits I came across. Insulin transport varies among brain regions. There is insulin in the brain. The brain is an insulin necessary organ. The olfactory bulb that controls your smell and taste, the olfactory bulb has the fastest rate of transport, faster than the rate of uptake in the remaining brain. The olfactory bulb has the highest concentration of insulin protein and insulin receptors. Insulin receptors are highly abundant in the neurons, and they're highly enriched in the olfactory bulb. So if you have a problem with insulin signaling or glucose handling, maybe your sense of smell might be affected. Maybe that could be an early warning sign. Okay, again, I know it's wordy, but those of you that follow me know brevity is not my strong suit, and I just think you're gonna see that this bears reading together. There is growing evidence that a process analogous to peripheral insulin resistance occurs in the brains of Parkinson's patients, even in those without diabetes. This raises the possibility that defective insulin signaling pathways may contribute to the development of the pathological features of Parkinson's and suggests the insulin signaling pathway may potentially be a novel target for disease modification. Get ready for this. Given these growing links between Parkinson's disease and type 2 diabetes, it is perhaps not unsurprising that drugs used in the treatment of type 2 diabetes are among the most promising treatments currently being prioritized for repositioning as possible novel treatments for Parkinson's. Let me repeat that in plain English for those of you that can't follow. Diabetes drugs for Parkinson's disease. Diabetes drugs for Parkinson's disease. If they didn't already know there was a big connection here, or a big potential connection, they wouldn't even be looking at this. Research dollars are really hard to come by, or so I'm told. It's hard to fund a study. If they didn't already know there's something here to look into, they wouldn't be doing it. Diabetes drugs for Parkinson's disease. I mean, come on. Multiple sclerosis, let's move on. What do we see here? Multiple sclerosis is typically thought of as an autoimmune condition, right? It's autoimmune attack on the myelin sheath. That's that pink stuff you see that basically insulates your neurons and helps neuronal communication happen faster. And by the way, one of the major components of myelin is cholesterol, so maybe it's not the greatest idea to have like the lowest cholesterol level you can possibly achieve, but you know, that's just my crazy insight there. What do we see in MS? Multiple sclerosis. Oh, yikes. Patients with MS had a lower, that's a radio-labeled glucose uptake in 40% of the brain compared to healthy controls. People with MS, their brains are not taking up as much glucose. The uptake of glucose, the decreased glucose in the brain correlates with the level of fatigue. Walking impairment severity with MS may be alterations in glucose metabolism. We see this again and again and again. And where have you ever heard this before? Nowhere. It's like, oh, we have no idea what's causing this. We have no idea what to do about it. We're just clueless. Okay. Ooh, isn't this interesting that we see this in newly diagnosed MS patients? Hyperinsulinemia. So they did a test. They took newly diagnosed multiple sclerosis patients and healthy age matched controls, meaning people of the same age, whatever, that don't have MS. Now, they gave them an OGTT. Both groups of people had similar glucose responses to the glucose tolerance test. However, the MS patients had the increased insulin response. We see this over and over and over. It's not really the glucose that's telling the tale, but it might be the insulin. All right. Insulin resistance in multiple sclerosis patients is tied to the disease severity. N of 60, this is 64 subjects, small study. We have to start somewhere. And before I forget, like, this research is in its infancy. I don't want to try to make you feel like this is a slam dunk or we know everything. We don't. There's a lot more unanswered questions, like a lot more that we don't know than we do. But because we don't know everything doesn't mean we don't know anything. Doesn't mean we don't know something. So anyways, most of these studies are small, but we have to start somewhere. So again, fasting insulin only. 14 subjects were already above 10. Now, there's a lot of debate about what a normal or optimal fasting insulin is. I think most of us in the keto world like to see it below 10. You know, if you're in the double digits, you're kind of in trouble. And 33 had insulin resistance based on the Quanto score. A Quanto score is based on your fasting levels. Again, it's all based on fasting. Just like we saw in the Parkinson's test, how many more of these people would be diagnosed with insulin resistance if they did it after a meal? Okay, let's see how much time I have to get into this. EAE, if I remember correctly, is experimental autoimmune encephalitis. It's like the animal version of MS. It's who knows how they induce MS in a rodent, but that's EAE is the mouse or animal MS. And they've discovered that 15 to 30% of the spinal cord axons can be lost before you have permanent motor impairment. We saw this in Alzheimer's, we saw it in Parkinson's. You can have a lot of damage before there's permanent damage or before you even get a diagnosis. You've probably lost a fair percentage of those spinal cord axons before it's even bad enough for you to go to the doctor and ask questions. Now, the level of disability, so remember, MS is believed to be an autoimmune attack on that myelin, but the level of disability in MS correlates more strongly with axon degeneration and the degree of neuronal loss than with loss of that myelin. And I'm not suggesting the loss of myelin is not a problem, but what's the bigger problem? What's the first problem? Oh, demyelination is less of a problem. Now, what did we need to maintain those axons and keep those neurons viable? We needed energy. We needed ATP from wherever, from glucose, from fat, from ketones. We need energy. And these cells don't have them, so they're starting to degrade. And oligodendrocytes are the cells that manufacture myelin, and they have reduced metabolism. Disturbed metabolism in the myelin-producing cells is associated with the axonal degeneration. With energy, disturbed metabolism. Okay. ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also called Lou Gehrig's disease. Some of you might know it more by that. Huntington's. There's less research on these than there are on MS and Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, but here too, we see cellular energy generation problems. Dysregulation of energetic metabolism promotes cell death and disease progression. Dysregulation of energetic metabolism. You're going to get really sick of me saying that if you're not already. Neurodegenerative cells are the sites of numerous metabolic and energetic abnormalities, with abnormalities in energy production. Energy is the primary determinant of neuronal viability. If these cells have enough energy to stay alive and function properly, they do. If they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough energy to stay alive and function properly. I'm not going to bother with that last one. Disrupted energy supply. This is co-authored by one of my favorite people in this space, Dr. Zhang Rou. While the mechanisms through which the ketogenic diet works remain unclear, there's now compelling evidence that its efficacy is related to the normalization of aberrant energy metabolism. The concept that many neurological conditions are linked pathophysiologically to energy dysregulation could provide a common research and experimental therapeutics platform from which the course of several neurological diseases could be favorably influenced by dietary means. Remember way back on one of my early slides, I said that keto is this one thing that can affect multiple different diseases, disorders all at once. That's exactly what they're saying here. The course of several neurological diseases could be favorably influenced by dietary means. And to one dietary mean. Now the thing is, this paper is several years old now. They say the mechanisms through which the diet works remain unclear. I disagree. They probably disagree by now. That's an older paper. Let's see. Cue the Jeopardy music, somebody. Oh, it's still going. Oh. There's 16 things, and these are only the ones we know about so far. What mechanisms haven't we even discovered yet? Now, the thing is, stay with me. Based on what you've heard so far, this energy starvation, glucose energy deficit in these neurons, if there was literally nothing else on this slide but number one, if there was only one thing on this slide, in my opinion, that would be rationale enough to try keto. If the problem is that these neurons, for whatever reason, are not taking up and metabolizing glucose properly, maybe there's like some kind of other fuel. I wonder if there's some other way that we could fuel these neurons. So if that was the only thing on this slide, you might as well try keto. But now let's look at number two. When you metabolize fatty acids and ketones, molecule for molecule, you get more ATP. Wouldn't that be nice if we're starving for ATP? To the extent that hyperglycemia and or hyperinsulinemia is actually causing or exacerbating some of these problems, we know keto is a slam dunk for both of those, fixing high blood sugar and high insulin. When you burn ketones and fatty acids, they're like a cleaner energy source, for lack of a better explanation. You produce fewer reactive oxygen species. Now, we want reactive oxygen species. Like when we talk about oxidative stress, we do need some. You don't want to have none. Like it's a signaling mechanism, and you're not supposed to have none. But we don't want so much that it overwhelms the cell's capacity to repair. So and number 5. I don't remember off the top of my head if they've shown this in humans yet. They've definitely shown it in animals. Keto diets increase mitochondrial biogenesis. I think it was Cynthia Thurlow yesterday who said that the mitochondria are our cells' powerhouses. They're the energy generators. Well, if the main problem in all of these conditions is that we don't have enough energy, we're starving for energy, wouldn't it be cool if we could build more energy factories? If we could have like things that are making, wow, that'd be cool. Now look, I mean, any of these things, number 14, specific fatty acids could have different issues. Number 16, the gut microbiome. Somebody was talking very much, more than one person yesterday, about the biome and the crosstalk and the signaling. Dr. David Perlmutter writes a lot specifically about Parkinson's and the gut biome, so interesting stuff there. We just don't know, but I mean, my God, look at this. All right. Again, from Dr. Rowe, as a generalization, it's becoming widely accepted that the mechanistic underpinnings of the ketogenic diet are likely multiple, parallel, and possibly synergistic. So the question remains, can the ketogenic diet be packaged into a pill? At this stage, given our state of knowledge, the likely answer is no. Because think about it. Look at what pill can do all of this? A pill might be able to do 1 or 2. 6 pills might be able to do 6 of these if you want to take 6 pills a day. The keto diet does all of this. Name me a pill that's called a monotherapy, one intervention. Name me a pill, name me a surgery, name me a drug that's going to do all this. The keto diet does all of this. Okay. All right. Amy, I'm with you. This like, wow, tell me more. I'm fascinated. Does it actually work? Amy, I bet this works in rats and mice and fruit flies and yeast cells in petri dishes. Does it actually work in human beings? Let's see. So this is from a study by Stephen Cunnane, who's at Sherbrooke University in Canada. He's just a rock star Alzheimer's researcher. And his group, they looked at ketone and glucose uptake in the brain. So the top left, you've got your control. That's a healthy person, no dementia, no cognitive problems. MCI, the middle line, is mild cognitive impairment. AD at the bottom is Alzheimer's disease. And the left is the glucose uptake. The right is acetoacetate. Acetoacetate is the ketone that you're measuring when you check your urine ketones. Everybody thinks that the beta-hydroxybutyrate, the one that you measure in your blood, that's like the brain ketone. And it is, but the brain also takes up and uses acetoacetate, so they happen to measure that in this study. The more red-orange you see, the more of that particular fuel the brain is taking up, or the faster it's being taken up. So if you look at the top left, the healthy brain, there's a lot of red-orange. A healthy brain has no problem taking up and using glucose. It's a healthy brain. MCI, mild cognitive impairment, there's a little less. Alzheimer's, that bottom left, there's like no red-orange there whatsoever, right? Glucose is knocking, nobody's home. Now look at the bottom right. Alzheimer's disease and the acetoacetate. There is a lot of red-orange there. That brain is lighting up like a Christmas tree on these ketones. So they concluded, not only is the brain energy deficit in mild cognitive impairment specific to glucose, but at least partially correcting the deficit with ketones results in cognitive improvements. They've done so many studies on this now with the ketogenic diet, or more so with MCT formulations or exogenous ketones, where not everybody, but many subjects have improved cognition. And it's not like 100% restored, but what they're trying to do is just partially correct that fuel deficit. If we can make up for even a little bit of that fuel starvation, what impact might that have? This was, again, the research is in its infancy. We've only got a few case studies, but this is a 68-year-old male. He did have that ApoE4 gene, which is a big risk factor for Alzheimer's. He had mild Alzheimer's on the MoCA, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, which is a diagnostic tool for Alzheimer's. He had mild Alzheimer's. He also had type 2 diabetes. He's been using insulin for 15 years. Let's put him on a ketogenic diet for 10 weeks. Let's give him a time-restricted eating, and let's make him exercise a little bit. His MoCA goes from 23 out of 30 to 29. He goes from mild Alzheimer's to normal. His A1C comes down a lot. The HOMA, or the triglyceride to HDL ratio, 55% reduced. Fasting glucose is down. Fasting insulin is down like crazy. Everything is better, including the mild Alzheimer's, right? Let's look at a younger guy. Remember I said this is happening ever younger. That start of the reduced brain glucose metabolism is measurable in people in their 30s and 40s. So let's have a 38-year-old male, also positive for the ApoE4 gene. He has metabolic syndrome, and he had self-reported memory problems. He does have a family history of Alzheimer's. This guy is already running a few times a week. Let's put him on a ketogenic diet. Let's bump up the intensity of the exercise and make him lift a little bit. His MoCA score goes from 22 out of 30 to 30. He goes from cognitive impairment to normal. They actually verified his ketosis by a blood meter. Let's see. The ketone level was positively correlated with the improvement in the MoCA score. And he's got major improvements in metabolic syndrome. Now, this might be hard to see. It's kind of small. Everything is getting better. HOMA-IR is down, triglyceride to HDL, waist diet, everything's better. Fasting insulin, triglyceride. And we've got, again, he goes from mild cognitive impairment to a 30 out of 30, a perfect score on the MoCA. The thing that I want you to take away from this is that when you fix the metabolic syndrome, you fix the metabolic cognitive syndrome. And this guy's only 38, so maybe they caught it early enough. But in my opinion, this is not a coincidence. Anyone agree with me? This is not a coincidence. Now, let's see what happens in Parkinson's disease. They compared a low-fat diet to a ketogenic diet in Parkinson's disease for 8 weeks. Limitation of the study, it's majority male, but Parkinson's affects more males than females. And they did confirm ketosis. Both groups improved similarly in the Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale, that's the severity for Parkinson's disease, except the ketogenic diet people improved more in the non-motor symptoms. And like Dr. Westman said yesterday, low-fat diets can work. Keto often works better. And so the low-fat and the keto worked very similarly well for the actual Parkinson's or the motor symptoms, but the keto cohort improved more in the non-motor symptoms. And if you happen to know anyone with Parkinson's or just more familiar with it, sometimes the non-motor symptoms are more debilitating and more quality of life reducing than the motor symptoms. You could have urinary incontinence, hallucinations, cognitive impairment, all this other stuff. Keto was better for improving those. Let's look at multiple sclerosis. This is not a Terry Wall study. There are other people looking into this, keto for MS. Now, okay, again, hopefully not too difficult to see. We've got a lot of metabolic parameters here. If you look here, the insulin came down an average of 5 points, not bad. A1C is down a teeny tiny bit. Triglycerides are down substantially. HDL is up, but, ooh, yikes. Ooh, what happened to that low density lipoprotein, the LDL? I think it went up a little bit. What are we going to do about that? I don't know, but look, everything got better. Insulin, A1C, triglycerides, HDL, everything got better. LDL went up. What went down? Oh, the depression score, the fatigue score. I don't know. Maybe we don't need to worry so much about that LDL, but that's just me. Okay. If we're going to replace glucose with this alternative fuel of ketones, how do we do that? We need to get ketones into the brain, into the central nervous system. There's a lot of different ways to do that. My favorite way, and I think the most delicious way, is a low-carb or ketogenic diet. But I think we can all agree, even under the best circumstances of a young, healthy person, it's hard enough to stick to keto sometimes, let alone when you've got somebody with cognitive impairment or motor impairment. They can't be on their feet cooking all day, or they could be belligerent. The person, grandpa doesn't understand why his daughter isn't giving him his bowl of cereal. She's making him eat this omelet cooked in coconut oil. So if those who can do a keto diet, yes, please do it. You could fast. Fasting's a great way to raise ketones, but Cynthia Thurlow mentioned yesterday, fasting is not appropriate for everybody, especially if we're talking about people that are elderly and frail or already malnourished, already underweight. Please do not make those people fast. Exercise. If you exercise intensely enough, even not on a ketogenic diet, you might temporarily have a little bump in ketones. You could also use the coconut oil or MCT oil, which I'm sure almost everybody in this room knows those are special kinds of fats that are more readily converted into ketones. Again, even if you're not on a ketogenic diet, if you're eating a regular, normal, high-carb diet, if you use those oils, you will have some ketones. Same thing with exogenous ketones. Those products now, you can drink them or whatever, and it will elevate your ketones. So if we need ketones, we've got to get ketones into these people any which way we can, then do whatever you can. But in my opinion, giving the coconut oil, the MCT oil, and the exogenous ketones, while effective, and because it will close that fuel gap, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to at least give these starving neurons some fuel. It's like bailing water out of a leaky boat without stopping to patch the hole. If the problem is the metabolic problem, and it's the hyperinsulinemia or the hyperglycemia or whatever, the exogenous ketones and the coconut oil don't correct that. The ketogenic diet might. The ketogenic diet addresses that underlying factor. Otherwise, just giving the ketones, you will help in the short term, but you're not really doing anything to address what might be, and I emphasize might, what might be a major contributing factors to the disease process. Okay, is there a window of opportunity? It's you can read this on your own, but basically the gist of it is there a point of no return? Is there a point at which the disease is so severe that no matter what you do, it's not going to get better? Unfortunately, I think there is. I think there comes a point where so many neurons are lost or they're so badly degraded that you can't come back from that. But in those cases, still use the ketones, use whatever method you can, because at least in the short term, that might improve that person's quality of life a little bit, and it might improve their caregiver's quality of life a little bit. If that person is a little more with it, a little more whatever, that's just a win. It's a win in a situation that is overall a really, really terribly losing situation. So even if it's not going to reverse the disease or stop the disease, if it can just improve it a little bit, do it. But I do think, unfortunately, there will come a time where it's just too far gone. So I hope, and I do want to emphasize this is new research, it's emerging, but I think it's really promising. So I hope that after what you've heard today, your question would not be, why would anyone try keto for these disorders? It's why would you not try keto? Why would you not? When that's the take your meds, say your prayers. The existing tools aren't getting the job done, right? The drugs early on, I said they have these terrible side effects. They're not even that effective, even when they do work. They don't really do anything to stop the disease, let alone reverse it at best. You get worse more slowly, but you still get worse. Existing tools are not getting the job done. I think it's time for that big keto hammer that Dr. Volek talked about. So, thank you so much for being here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy.
I don't know about y'all, but that is encouraging to me.
Yes.
As the son of someone, my dad passed away from brain cancer in 2003. Rachel's grandmother died from complications from Alzheimer's. And I listened to, what she was discussing and the promise that this is bringing. And I know that Amy said that this is still in its infancy, but that's a promise. And that brings us back to what we talked about this morning. This is why it is so important that you share your story. If you have MS and you're starting to see improvements, you need to share it. You need to tell your doctor, because that's what starts these studies. When the doctors start going, wait a second. No drug can take an A1C from 9.4 to 5.4 overnight, but yours did. What are you doing? And your doctor starts going, we better start investigating. Let's start doing research. What's going on? Why are these Alzheimer's patients all of a sudden starting to remember things again?
Yeah, it's so powerful. And, as all of the speakers are here today, start jotting down some questions for them, because you're helping them to formulate what's the next thing that they're going to talk about. What is the next thing that they're going to research if we just kind of soak in what is the topic of this moment, but aren't formulating what's the next question, what's the next step to take this in, then, how will anyone know? So I love the fact that we all have a part to play in this and in the future of this lifestyle and in the medicine moving forward.
Yep.
Now, we are so excited about our next speaker, Ben Azadi. Let me just share with you a little bit about him if you don't know him. In 2008, Ben Azadi went through a personal health transformation of shredding 80 pounds of pure fat. Ever since, Ben Azadi has been on a mission to help 1 billion people. I love that goal, right? Like, Don't start small. Like, have that goal. 1 billion people. We can give them a hand for that. Absolutely. Yes. I want some big dreams. Ben is the author of 4 best-selling books: Keto Flex, The Perfect Health Booklet, The Intermittent Fasting Cheat Sheet, The Power of Sleep. Ben has been the go-to source for intermittent fasting and the ketogenic diet. He is known as the health detective because he investigates dysfunction and he educates, not medicates, to bring the body back to normal function. Ben is the founder of Keto Camp, a global brand bringing awareness to ancient healing strategies such as the keto diet and fasting. Ben is the host of a top 15 podcast, the Keto Camp podcast, and the fast-growing Keto Camp YouTube channel with over 130,000 subscribers, and his TikTok channel with over 155,000 subscribers. Today, he's going to be sharing about tapping into the wisdom of the body with ketosis. It's our great pleasure to introduce Ben Azadi.
Thank you, Sue. Got it. Thank you. Good morning. They're so much fun. Let's give a big round of applause for Chris, Miriam, the entire staff, the MCs, awesome. And all the people behind the scenes that we don't even see what's going on. There's a lot that goes into this production. I'm grateful to be here for the first time at Keto Salt Lake, and I'm going to be talking about the innate intelligence. The timer didn't start, by the way, Chris. The innate intelligence. So we're going to get into what exactly that is, where is it in the body, and how does these ancient healing strategies, ketosis, harness this innate intelligence so you could go and heal your body. My name is Ben Azadi. They gave a great introduction to who I am. I'm also going to get into some tips and strategies for you to follow keto in practical ways that I've implemented with thousands of students in my Keto Camp Academy. I've seen a lot of things over the years that have worked, doesn't work, so I'm kind of going to give you the practical ways to apply it in your life today. So let's get into a few things here. I have a book called Keto Flex, came out a year ago, actually April of last year. I'm super proud about it. I didn't bring it here, but amazing endorsements from Ben Bickman, Cynthia Thurlow, Dr. Fung, Megan Ramos, and you could check out the book over at ketoflexbook.com. It's available paperback, Audible, and shout out to all the authors who narrate their own book. I did it myself, and it's a painstaking process. Yeah, seriously, it's a tough process, but it's available. And I wanted to start here. Cynthia shared this study yesterday. This is in 2018, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Over 8,000 people in this study. They were looking at blood pressure. Were these people on medication, off medication, A1C, BMI, different metrics, and they came to the conclusion that 88% of American adults are metabolically unhealthy, metabolically inflexible. And then COVID hit. What do you think happened to this percentage? Did it get better? Did it get worse? Yeah, it got worse, I would imagine. That means only 12% of us, not us, but in America in general, are metabolically healthy. Of course, keto, intermittent fasting, all the things you're learning this weekend from amazing speakers, it's the solution to put a dent in this. This is a disgusting stat, and we have the information, the tools, the research to take care of this, to make sure 100% of us are metabolically healthy and flexible. Diabetes is near and dear to my heart. If you know my story, I lost my dad to the complications of diabetes in 2014. And it was a very difficult time in my life, didn't understand the disease, put my faith in conventional wisdom. And my dad suffered a massive stroke, was paralyzed for 9 months, and he ended up passing away. And ever since that happened, I had a lot of questions. Why did that happen to my dad? Why are so many people getting diagnosed with heart disease, diabetes, etc.? And of course, I came to the answers, and I now understand that the same information I'm going to share with you today, same information that would have saved my dad's life. I get that. I live with that. But I also get that I was given that mountain so I could show the world the mountain can be moved. If you have diabetes, if you have insulin resistance, these are conditions that can be reversed. And this is not medical advice, but I've seen it time after time after time, and many of you have done it yourself. Here are some of the stats on diabetes. It's estimated that 60% of Americans are diabetic or pre-diabetic. It's probably higher because people are not really testing and they have no idea. 68% of those diabetics end up with heart disease. 16% have a stroke. 70% end up with really damaging diabetic neuropathy. But look at that underlying sentence right there. The above statistics apply to those who are on medication. Most people don't understand just because you're taking medication, it doesn't mean you are exempt from this set of statistics. Diabetes medication may show the sugars are getting better, but the diabetes is actually progressing and getting worse. Here's the truth. It's actually pretty rare to die from diabetes. What kills the person is the degeneration of that disease, the heart disease, the strokes, the kidney disease, the amputations, the infections. More stats out there, according to CDC, cancer.org. 1 in 3 women are diagnosed with cancer within their lifetime. For men, 1 in 2. Middle stat I already gave, but look at the stat on the right. This is the projection according to the CDC. 10 years from now, 2032, it's predicted that 1 in 2 children will be born on the autism spectrum. There's 2 types of people I'm categorizing in the world. We have a long line of people, I'm going to call them the 97%ers, that are looking for shortcuts, Band-Aids. They don't really understand cause and effect yet. And look, I was there myself, being obese for 24 years. But they're looking for shortcuts, for fad diets. That's a long line. Then we have the 3%ers. How many of you are a 3%er looking for a lifestyle change? Of course you are. You're here on a Saturday. The 3%ers are incredible. The 3%ers get diagnosed with a terminal disease. Their doctor says, hey, you have 6 months to live, your disease is terminal, and they go back and they look at their doctor in their eyes and they say, your ability to help me is terminal, and they go on to heal themselves. What if there was a different way we looked at healthcare? What if we sent our primary care doctor a check every month we're healthy, but as soon as we get sick, we stop payment? Wouldn't that be a different approach? A cool approach? Human beings are the only species smart enough to create their own food and dumb enough to eat it. I think you would agree with that. We have these Franken foods. I mean, you just look at, even in the keto space, not the products that are here, but in general, the keto space is filled with artificial sweeteners and rancid oils, which we'll talk about. I love this quote. It relates to a lot of Dr. Ken Berry's work and Brian's work and all the other speakers. The illiterate of the 21st century is not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and then relearn. How much of the information that we've learned over the years, whether you've gone through traditional medical system or just learning on your own, did we have to unlearn and then relearn the truth? This is the fact here. And Einstein said, intellectuals solve problems, geniuses prevent them. We want to be proactive, not reactive. The fact that you're here today means you're a genius. You're being proactive, not reactive. I wish I would have done that for my dad. So let's talk about getting healthy, unlocking the health code. You know, the cool thing about having the combination to a code, it doesn't matter if you're black, you're white, if you live in a different country, whatever symptoms you have, whatever your history is, if you have the combination to the code, you unlock the code. So this weekend, we're learning a lot about this combination. Ketosis is a big part of this combination, that's going to unlock the health code so your body could heal. And we're going to talk about this innate intelligence. Inside of your body, you have the world's greatest healer, the world's greatest physician, the world's greatest chiropractor, health coach, medical doctor. There's no pill, surgery, or supplement that could replace what you have within your cells right now. All 50 to 70 trillion cells inside your body right now. It's the inner physician called the innate intelligence. And it's eager to go to work for you and heal your body every single second, 24/7, 365 days a year. But we have blocked the innate intelligence. We have interference blocking this inner physician from doing its job. So where exactly is the innate intelligence? Is it in our genes? For many years we thought, hey, you were born with these certain genes. Cancer runs in your family, it's just a matter of time. Diabetes runs in your family, it's just a matter of time. And we thought the innate intelligence, the intelligence of your body, was in your DNA nucleus. And then some brilliant scientists, one of them Dr. Bruce Lipton, who I interviewed a year ago on my Keto Camp podcast, did an experiment, which was followed by several other scientists to verify if his experiment was correct. What they did is they looked at cells inside of the human body. They extracted this into a petri dish. And what they did is they removed the DNA nucleus from cells. And you would think if the intelligence was in the DNA nucleus, the cell would die instantly. But the cells lived for 2 months, sometimes even longer, before the cells went rogue and then eventually died off. So then they thought, okay, if it's not the DNA nucleus that where the intelligence lies, is it the cell membrane, which is that lipid bilayer that protects the cell and the mitochondria? So they said, let's remove the membrane and see what happens. Instant death. So to me, and to Dr. Bruce Lipton, that goes to show me that the intelligence of your cells is actually the membrane, the bodyguard of your cells that communicates with the DNA nucleus. And you have a membrane around your cells, and you have membrane around your mitochondria as well. Then the next question is, okay, what supports the membrane? What is the membrane even made of? Protein, saturated fat, and cholesterol. Not carbs, not sugar, but protein, saturated fat, and cholesterol. Those are bad words to a lot of people. So the innate intelligence to me is actually the membrane. If we could find ways to support the membrane, the communication that's sent to the DNA is a blueprint that's red. And if you have cancer in your family or diabetes or whatever it is, it doesn't mean that's in your future. We have the ability to dim down the lights on these genes or dim up the lights, just like the lights I have here. And that's epigenetics. And Dr. Bruce Lipton believes that we have actually 99% control over the expression of our genes, which is super powerful to understand. So the membrane, he calls it the membrane, which is very appropriate. It has these receptor sites. They're called integral membrane proteins, but I want you to think of the receptor sites as cell phone antennas. The job of a cell phone antenna is to receive communication and produce a job. The job of these receptor sites are to receive communication from hormones, thoughts, nutrients, oxygen for your cells to produce a specific job. There's about 30,000 receptor sites on a single cell. The membrane, these receptor sites are integrated into your membranes. And it's this amazing orchestra that's going on in your body right now. It's incredible. So here's how it works. An environmental stimulus binds to the cell membrane, these receptor sites. Chemical reaction inside the cell reaches the nucleus. A gene becomes expressed as a protein. Now, that could be a healthy anti-inflammatory protein, a wonderful process, or it could be an inflammatory protein that leads to autoimmune and different conditions. So let's relate this conversation now to ketosis. We know that out of the 70 trillion cells, pretty much two options for energy source, glucose or ketones. Many of the speakers already explained this, but there's three types of ketones we have, and the liver produces ketones. So basic understanding, you drop glucose and insulin by dropping your carbohydrates, your body then shifts over to an alternate fuel source, starts mobilizing body fat. Fatty acids are shuttled to your liver burns that, uses that for energy, and then ketones are produced. And you have acetoacetate, acetone, and beta-hydroxybutyrate. Those are the three types of ketones. We know there's a lot of confusion in the keto space. There are thousands of different ways to do keto. You have some of the best speakers on this subject here this weekend. We are so blessed. I'm grateful to learn from them myself. There's a lot of confusion out there. If somebody's confused, they usually don't take action. So I love that we have these amazing speakers giving you the clear research, the science, and the practical steps so you could take action, because information doesn't change our lives. We used to have an issue of not enough information. Now we have too much information, but it's not the information that changes your life. If information changed our lives, every librarian would be a multimillionaire. It's the application of the right information, which I'm going to get into how I do it at Keto Camp. So we know that research is clear on what ketones do. Other speakers have shared it, but you could just go on pubmed.gov and just type in keto-N, or whatever you're looking for. The research is clear on it. I don't like to consider it a diet, although it can be, but it's more of a metabolic process. Let me go back for a second. Ketosis is, there's nothing new about keto. It's not a fad, it's a fact. It might be nuanced, but it has been around for as long as humans have existed, the proper human diet, right? It's a metabolic process. Every single one of our ancestors, they did keto. Their environment forced them into ketosis, and it's actually a great thing, which we're going to get into how that works. My mentor, Dr. Pompa, said, if you want to get well, you got to fix the cell. So I'm going to get into how ketones actually work with the cells and the mitochondria, and then I'm going to get into some practical tips that I apply to my students. And the last 5 minutes or so of the talk is probably the most important part of the talk, which ties everything together. So make sure you stick around for that part. The mitochondrion, which is a single mitochondria. We had many speakers already talk about the mitochondria. It's the factory of your cells, the battery of your cells that produces energy. It's very important to understand the mitochondria and how it works. Question for you, and the speaker can't answer this because they probably know the answer, but where do you think in your body, different cells, which cells have the highest concentration of mitochondria?
Brain cells.
Brain cells. How many do they have? A lot.
Depends on whether it's diffused.
Which part of the brain cell? Yeah. So the highest concentration in the brain cells is, you're right, over 2 million mitochondria in certain regions of the brain. But then you have different parts of the body. The ovaries have about 100,000 mitochondria in a single cell. The heart is loaded with them. Other cells have hundreds to thousands. But the reason I share this is because the number one priority for the human body, the innate intelligence, is survival. The cells that have the highest concentration of mitochondria are the cells most required for survival, the brain. You need to be able to focus, think, catch a predator, run away. Ovaries, reproduction, of course, survival. The heart. And the human body is incredible. I always say, you are a masterpiece because you are a piece of the master. The way you were built and created is so magnificent. And the way ketones work with the mitochondria is also incredible. I'm going to get into that. Mitochondrial dysfunction is linked to a lot of diseases out there. Whole list out of them right here, but there's more to it than what this is showing here. But if you have unhealthy mitochondria, chances are you're going to feel unhealthy and symptoms are in your future, or they're probably right now. Basic understanding is that the mitochondria receives fuel sources, glucose, fatty acids, amino acids, and that produces ATP, adenosine triphosphate. So think of ATP as energy currency, the gasoline of your cells. If the mitochondria is the engine of your vehicle, think of the ATP as the gasoline that powers that vehicle. But there's also a new perspective on the mitochondria, which is super fascinating. The mitochondria are not just mindless energy producers. There's an intelligence in your mitochondria. They actually act as surveillance systems to identify stressors in your environment, in your body. Robert Naviaux, hope I'm saying his last name right, he has great research on, Navio is how you say it. He has great research on wartime metabolism, peacetime metabolism. If your body is in a stressful state, and that could be from excessive glucose and insulin, toxicity, mold, like Brian was speaking about, or whatever it is, the mitochondria sees that surveillance system and it reduces energy production. This is called wartime metabolism, meaning chronic fatigue, energy issues, symptoms. But if the mitochondria has the surveillance system has determined, actually, we're in a peacetime metabolism, there's not a lot of stress, there's the right amount of stress, it's going to produce the right amount of energy. This is a great slide which shows exactly what happens. Cell danger response from my friend Dr. Jockers. Mitochondria are well known for the production of cellular energy. The CDR, which is cellular danger response, views a dual role of the mitochondria as energy sensors and cell defense agents under CDR. The mitochondria turn down energy production and increase oxidative activity in a stressful environment. A healthy cell produces optimal energy, homeostasis, and buffers oxidative stress. But when your mitochondria are perceiving too much stress, it's problematic. So when you feel fatigued and inflamed, it is a purposeful, very intelligent response from your mitochondria to protect cells and tissues from the body due to infections, toxins, chemicals, trauma. And that could be mental stress, by the way. Healthy cell, we know, functions well, produces ATP. You thrive. Unhealthy cell produces little energy, and there's high reactive oxygen species, and the cell can't protect itself from that inflammation. It's estimated that by the age 70, 70% of mitochondria is lost. So how does this relate to glucose and ketones? This is the great news here. If a cell is using glucose, I'm going to compare that to this beat-up car, right? What is going to get you farther here? Obviously, it's the car on the right. It looks pretty badass, too. That's going to get you farther. I mean, if you look at the electron transport chain, a molecule of glucose will give you 32 to 36 ATP. Molecule of ketones will give you 120 to 160 ATP. Interesting. And that's because of what Amy spoke about. That's because of mitogenesis. When you are in ketosis, when you're using ketones, it actually creates more mitochondria, which produces more energy. But this begs the next question. Because when your mitochondria produce ATP, it also produces free radicals. So if I burned firewood here, there would be smoke. So think of reactive oxygen species as smoke. So you would think if ketones are causing the mitochondria to produce more ATP, but more ATP creates more smoke, and there's a high demand for that, it should be an issue because there's a high cost to ATP production. And it sounds like it's problematic. But here's the difference, and this is awesome. When the mitochondria are only burning glucose, it's not using ketones, can't keep up with the free radicals produced. It's like having one fireman for an entire building that's lit on fire. When the mitochondria are using ketones, it's having a whole fleet on call, ready to put out the fire. So yeah, you're producing more energy, more fire, more smoke, but you're putting it out. The mitochondria is protecting themselves. That's what ketones do. And of course, Dr. Bickman has research on this. Other speakers have research on this. That's why when you look at research out there that shows a ketogenic diet lowers free radicals, lowers inflammation, you've seen it yourself probably, it makes sense. And I'm not going to fly through these studies, but you could take quick screenshots here if you want. By the way, I could give you my slides if you want. I'll give you the entire deck. Just email me, support@ketocamp.com, keto camp with the K, and I'll give you the whole deck, so I'm going to fly through these. And here's a study that was done by John Ramsey and Newman, Buck Institute, UC Davis, and they showed in mice that it actually extended lifespan. They duplicated the study. So it makes sense. This also showed that beta-hydroxybutyrate, histone deacetylase inhibitor. So all these studies are showing it lowers free radicals, and it makes sense because of the mitochondria aspect here. But this study is interesting. Therapeutic potential of ketone bodies for patients with cardiovascular disease. However, evidence from both experimental and clinical research has uncovered a protective role for ketones in cardiovascular disease. Although ketones may provide supplemental fuel for the energy-starved heart, their cardiovascular effects appear to extend far beyond a cardiac energetics. Indeed, ketone bodies have been shown to influence a variety of cellular processes, including gene transcription, inflammation, oxidative stress, and endothelial function, cardiac remodeling, and cardiovascular risk factors. And here's why, and this is an analogy I got from Dr. Gundry when I interviewed him. I don't agree with everything Gundry says, but I love this analogy here. So ketones act as that signaling molecule. So the way that it works, here's the analogy for it to make a lot of sense. A pressure cooker. When there's too much steam in a pressure cooker, you have that release valve that releases any excess steam. When ketones are being produced by your body, when you have ketones in your body, it's signaling to your mitochondria to uncouple and get rid of any excess free radicals. This is the mechanism how ketones actually communicate with your cells. So who do you want protecting your cells? McLovin from Superbad or the Secret Service? Of course, we want ketones protecting our cells. So let's get into some practical steps here. We are designed to burn fat. Burning fat is our primal birthright. Babies that are breastfed go in and out of ketosis. Breast milk has saturated fat, cholesterol, and there's glucose, but the baby is so efficient at burning the glucose, it taps in and out of ketosis. Why? It helps the development of that baby's brain. The brain is mostly fat. So burning fat is our primal birthright. But what happens 2022, or this day and age, we have a keto deficiency. So throughout much of human evolution, ketosis likely served as a valuable survival mechanism to fuel brain metabolism during times of food scarcity. Hence, in some ways, the modern diet can be considered keto deficient. What we have, the 88% of people who are metabolically unhealthy, it is a keto deficiency. So I'm going to get into these terms. Some people don't like the term clean versus dirty, but it helps me separate it here. I interviewed two incredible people, Dr. Kay Shanahan and a gentleman named Brian Peskin. And we got into this topic here, smoking cigarettes versus vegetable oil. So Dr. Kay Shanahan, she was the nutritionist for the Los Angeles Lakers when Kobe Bryant was there. She introduced Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard to bone broth, got them off of seed oils. She wrote Deep Nutrition, Fat Burn Fix. She's awesome. And then Brian Peskin, MIT researcher. And I asked them both the same question. Is it worse to smoke cigarettes or eat seed oils? And Brian Peskin said, well, according to my research, Peskin's research, he said if somebody smoked 2 packs of cigarettes every single day for 28 years, the chances of that person developing cancer within the 28 years, lung cancer, is about 16%. Then he said if somebody consumed cooked vegetable oils every day for 28 years, the chances of them developing heart disease or cancer within those 28 years is about 86%. Interesting, that's just one man's research. So I asked Dr. Kay Shanahan if this lined up with her research. I gave her the exact stats I just showed you, and she said, actually, Ben, that 86% is closer to 100%. We know seed oils. I have a video. I think I have time to play it. Yeah, could you play this video here? It's going to show you the production of how seed oils are made, or canola oil specifically. So if you could play that. Okay, so it's okay. I want you to go on YouTube later and type in how canola oil is made. If we can't get it to play, watch the video. So these are vegetable oils. They're called linoleic acid. They're very unstable. And this shows the processing of it and what they do to bleach it, deodorize it, high pressure, high heat, makes it highly inflammatory. So they're called polyunsaturated fatty acids. Poly means many. They have many double bonds if you look at the chemical structure. So it has many opportunities to attract oxygen and oxidize. If I bit into an apple, it's not keto friendly, but if I bit into an apple and I left it here and came back tonight, there would be oxidation in that apple, some browning. That's kind of what's happening at the cellular level when we eat these fats. Watch the video later, but here's some studies that back this up. Dietary polyunsaturated fatty acids and cancers of breast, colorectum. Persistent oxidative stress, often involving enhanced peroxidation of PUFAs, these are these vegetable oils, in the cell membranes, are known to enhance the development of malignant diseases. Thus, the carcinogenic process could be initiated and or accelerated by lipid peroxidation-induced DNA and protein damage. So Dr. Kate Shanahan says, PUFAs go poof. They oxidize. They're highly unstable, highly inflammatory. This one looked at linoleic acid and LDL. So this article shows that linoleic acid increases endothelial dysfunction and inflammatory marker expression. It also asserts that diabetics have more linoleic acid in their LDL particles than non-diabetics. Corn oil induces changes to cardiac fatty acids and causes early diastolic dysfunction without altering systolic function. This is a very fascinating study. Everybody go check it out. They wanted to look at what the mitochondria, how the mitochondria use different fats, saturated fats, monounsaturated fats, polyunsaturated fats. And it essentially showed, and I'm kind of paraphrasing the bottom here, but go look it up. The mitochondria cannot use PUFAs for energy production anywhere near the way it can be used. It could use monounsaturated fats or saturated fats. So I put there, PUFAs equal cell death. It's estimated that the half-life, let me ask you this question. What do you think the half-life is for linoleic acid in your body? 18 months? 5 years? Anybody else want to guess? It's about 2 years. Yeah, you were close. On average, 2 years. Meaning, if we got rid of all these vegetable oils today, in about 2 years, half of it will remain in our body fat. But we still want to get rid of them today because we're going to live a long life. So we want to limit them as much as possible. So I'm going to give you a list here. This is just on Wikipedia showing the blue is the one that's PUFAs, linoleic acid, the highest concentration, very unstable. But let me give it to you in a better list here. The reason is because they shut down oxygen transfers, the processing of them. That video will show you that. But here's the list. We want to avoid these: canola, corn, soybean, cottonseed, safflower, peanut, sunflower, grapeseed, fish oil, and rice bran oil. Fish oil, I'm not a fan of fish oil. It's a polyunsaturated fat. So when I go to restaurants, my fiance, I drive her crazy because I always ask the waiter or waitress, hey, what do you cook your food in here? Canola, soybean, even the fanciest restaurants. What I say, and this is what I recommend you say, hey, I'm allergic. Everybody at this table is allergic to vegetable oil. Can you use real olive oil or butter or something else? And they usually say, yeah. So that little tip right there, it might be uncomfortable, but the more you do it, you get comfortable. It goes a long way. These are going to create a lot of inflammation in the body. We want to switch those for, where am I pointing this? There we go. We want to switch those for monounsaturated fats and saturated fats. You already know this: olive oil, avocado oil, ghee, duck fat, butter, lard, coconut oil, and beef tallow. These are much more stable and healthy for that cell membrane, so your innate intelligence could do its job. Now, a big part of keto is the liver. Okay, Nurse Cindy talked about this, but the liver, I call the liver the soccer mom organ because it does everything for us. It's like working all the time, everything, all the time. But the number one thing I've seen with people who transition to keto from a standard American diet is sluggish bile. So when you think about the liver, it produces bile, which I call liquid gold. Bile is important to break down fat and for detoxification. And a lot of people have beat up that soccer mom liver through alcohol, medications, toxins, high processed foods. And now they eat more dietary fat, but they can't produce the quality bile to break it down. They feel awful and they say, that keto thing didn't work for me. So we want to support the liver with bitters. Bitters for the liver. So I always recommend this for people, especially new to keto, but it also makes a difference in general, whether you've been doing keto for 2 to 5 years. Support that liver with bitters. So anything on this list right here is a good stimulant for that liver to produce bile. These are downstream, easy things we can incorporate. Have a few of these each day. And if you really have some liver issues going on, of course, work with somebody, but you could do things like coffee enemas, something called a PC push, which is phosphatidylcholine, and do some other things to support the liver, like castor oil packs. But this is very easy to do. Most people could do that on a daily basis. Pro tip: I've noticed when I removed these higher oxalate vegetables and nuts from the diet of my students, they feel better. And we looked at some inflammatory markers, their HRV Oura ring. So for 30 days, maybe this might be a good tip for you. Remove spinach and almonds. And I know there's spinach and almonds in a lot of keto foods and keto bars, but they're higher in oxalates, and a lot of people have leaky gut, and it could be inflammatory. So that could be a pro tip for you. And swap them for walnuts, pecans, Brazil nuts, pili nuts, macadamia nuts. Those are much better options. Replace spinach with arugula, dandelion greens, broccoli, Brussels sprouts. I've seen that make a difference for my students. Another pro tip, Dr. Ken Berry speaks about this a lot. Cow dairy could be inflammatory for a lot of people. I think it's 75% of American adults can't really process cow dairy efficiently. So we want to switch over to sheep and goat. Much better. The body's going to tolerate that much better. But here's something interesting about sheep dairy and goat dairy. 30% of sheep and goat dairy is actually MCTs, MCT oil, which actually could help your body produce more ketones, because the unique thing about medium-chain triglycerides bypasses digestion, doesn't require bile, goes right into the mitochondria for energy use. So goat and sheep, much better. Other hidden sources of inflammation in keto, legumes like hummus and peanut butter. I know I love peanut butter, but doesn't agree with me. Corn, soy, burning your meat, farm fish, nightshades, just be aware of those. Artificial sweeteners, we'll get into that real quick. Here's a list of the ones that I'm not a big fan of, especially sucralose and aspartame. Few studies out there. This was looking at how sucralose, which is in Splenda, moves through the human body, and they could only account for 96.7% of it, meaning after tracing it, 3.3% of it was untraceable. Is it turning into an unusual metabolite, or is it bioaccumulating somewhere in the body? We don't know. That's the weird thing right there. Where is it going? Now, in some people, sucralose could raise glucose and insulin. In some, it doesn't. This study showed in 17 obese women that it did for some, but in others it didn't, so it'll be variable. This is looking at what it does to the gut, right? Brian spoke about the gut. Gut microbiome is so important. What happens in the gut happens in the brain and vice versa. And this study published in Nature 2014 examined what happened to different groups of mice fed 3 different artificial sweeteners, saccharin, sucralose, aspartame, as compared to mice fed normal sugars, glucose, and sucrose. Worryingly, all of the mice that were fed the artificial sweeteners quickly developed glucose intolerance, a harbinger of diabetes, obesity, and metabolic disease, by altering the gut microbiome. And these studies show it could be dangerous to cook with, affects gut bacteria, may cause weight gain. So there's a lot of studies out there. Some of it is mixed, but much safer to switch over to these. Monk fruit, stevia, and erythritol. A lot of these companies here have this in their products. Now, how do you measure ketones? This is the topic of debate here. Funny story, I was speaking in Orlando last year at the Keto Orlando Summit, and I was doing this exact presentation here about the slide. And I was saying there's 3 different ways to test. You have beta-hydroxybutyrate in the blood, acetoacetate in the urine, acetone in the breath. I'm not a big fan of acetoacetate. Maybe in the first few days, but when your body and your cells are actually efficient at using ketones, it's not really going to spill out in the urine, and it could give you a false negative. And the funny story about this is there was a vendor in the actual room selling urine strips when I said this. But I like Keto Mojo. They're here. They're awesome, Dorian and Gemma. I use them all the time. I also like BioSense, but Keto Mojo I'm going to talk about more because I use that more with my students. So here's what I've seen work best for thousands of students that I put through this protocol. Fasting glucose, somewhere between 70 and 90. Blood ketones, we don't want to chase ketones. We want to chase results. But the sweet spot I've seen for people to feel really good, even myself, is somewhere between 0.8 and 2.8. If you're in there most of the time, I think you're going to feel good. Now, Amy just spoke about something very important, looking at your postprandial glucose. Very important. I wear a CGM all the time. I'm always looking at this, but you could do it with the Keto Mojo as well. An hour after eating, we want that postprandial glucose to be 120 milligrams per deciliters or below. 2 hours after eating, we want your glucose to drop below 100. If you're seeing this on a day-to-day basis, it's a good sign. But if you're seeing that glucose stay higher than that, there's some other work you got to do, some things you got to work on. If you're having trouble producing ketones, 2 scientifically proven ways. Number 1, caprylic acid, which is MCT oil, C8. These 3 studies show that it helped increase plasma ketone response. And then caffeine, my fellow coffee drinkers, good news for you. This study showed it also could help produce ketones. So add a little bit of some MCT in your coffee. That could enhance ketone production. Just don't do too much too soon with the MCTs because it could send you to the bathroom with an upset stomach or some even worse than that. But that could help produce ketones. Final thoughts, and I made it just in time to give you the best part of I believe, the presentation. Okay. We are only limited by weakness of attention and poverty of imagination. Neville Goddard said that. I believe that we could do all the keto and intermittent fasting, get our macros right, go to CrossFit, Orange Theory, but if we don't have the inner sizing going on, the exercising doesn't matter. The inner work is foundational. It's great to have a physical six-pack. That's cool. But what about a mental six-pack? That's more important than a physical six-pack any day of the week. And this quote right here is super powerful. I'm going to talk about weakness of attention and poverty of imagination. So let me ask you this question. How many thoughts does the average person have every single day? What do you think? Actually, not more than the mitochondria. How many thoughts? What do you think? How many? It's in the thousands. 10,000, 25,000? Over 9,000. So it's estimated by psychologists that the average person has upwards of 60,000 thoughts per day. And it's estimated that 90% of those thoughts are the same thoughts that we had yesterday. And they estimate that 85% of those thoughts are negative thoughts. What I learned this from Zig Ziglar, stinking thinking. And I got news, if your thinking is stinking, your dreams are shrinking. Health, financial, relationships. So we want to become aware of those thoughts, because if your thoughts actually have the ability, and this has been proven by Dr. Bruce Lipton, your thoughts are a frequency that could penetrate the cell membrane and communicate with your DNA. This is a fact. Now, if it's a negative thought, a stinking thinking thought, that communication sent to your DNA will be an inflammatory protein that's produced from our thoughts. But if it's a loving, abundant, grateful thought, that signal sent to your DNA produces an anti-inflammatory protein. This means 60,000 thoughts per day. You have 60,000 opportunities to put your body in a healing state every single day. The greatest power you have as human beings is your ability to choose your own thoughts. Animals don't have this ability. This is our greatest power. But if we're not aware of those thoughts, if we're the 90% of the thoughts today are the same thoughts from yesterday, we're not going to be able to harness this. So how many of you talk to yourself during the day? Raise your hand. So those of you who didn't raise your hand, you're thinking, do I talk to myself? I think I talk to myself. I'm not sure if I talk to myself. We do, but I want to give you an example here of how a lot of people are not aware of those thoughts, okay? There's a word called silk, S-I-L-K, silk, and we're going to repeat that word, silk, out loud 5 times in a row, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer that question as quickly as possible. So on the count of 3, we'll say silk out loud 5 times. 1, 2, 3. Silk, 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 silk. What do cows drink? Milk. Gotcha? They drink water, right? Look, when I first did this, I said milk. But that's just a silly example of how our thoughts are getting away from us and how we want, because look, out there, the cards are stacked against us, right? Mainstream news, the social media. I mean, we are bombarded with things that are weakening our attention and getting us away from our ability to create and manifest our own thoughts. You are the most influential person you'll speak to today. George Bernard Shaw said 2% of the population think, 3% of the population think they think, and 95% of the population would rather die than think. Isn't that the truth? So, in combination with that is a vitamin that we can take every single day. It's a supplement, it's called vitamin G. And it's been proven to put your body in a healing state as soon as you take it. Dr. Joe Dispenza has shown with brain scans on thousands of people that when you take vitamin G, 1,200 different chemical processes and reactions occur instantaneously that put your body in an anti-inflammatory state of restoring the body back to homeostasis with this supplement. It's vitamin gratitude. It's the strongest vitamin in the world. I have not missed practicing gratitude. Ask my fiance. I have notepads that are filled, probably 30 of them, with just gratitude. Every night before bed, every morning, I write down what I'm grateful for, because the universal law states what you feed energy to expands. It's a universal law, whether you think this is woo-woo or not. I could say gravity is a universal law, and you could say that's woo-woo, and then I could just drop this right in front of you. It's the truth. It's a fact. Universal laws can't argue, just like gratitude, just like what you feed energy to expands, because what you appreciate appreciates. So I highly encourage you, take all the tips you're learning here, incredible information, apply it and take action, but do the inner work. Write down something you're grateful for. Express gratitude to somebody today that you appreciate. Express it to yourself, the fact that you're alive, the fact that your heart is beating, because guess what? On average, 150,000 people die every single day in this world. The fact that we're alive today, everybody put your hand over your heart, take a deep breath. Let it out. Feel that beat? That's something to be grateful for, because 150,000 people struggled to do that yesterday and they lost that battle. Same thing today. So when you find yourself flustered or pissed off because of whatever, the economy, politics, or you're just not getting the results you want, think of that number, 150,000. The fact that you're alive is a blessing. The fact that we live in America is a blessing. There's so much to be grateful for. And what you appreciate appreciates. And what you think about and what you think about, you bring about. My mentor, Bob Proctor, who recently passed away, he said, thoughts become the things. If you could see it in your mind, you could hold it in your hands. So I want to encourage you to develop a gratitude practice. I want to encourage you to become aware of those 60,000 thoughts, because it's really tricky. It's when you're walking your dog and washing dishes, brushing your teeth. What are you thinking at that moment? When a thinking thought comes in, think of that as a cloud with all this thunder, and let it pass. And then choose a thought that's going to serve you right now and serve your future self. That's your greatest power. And when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Dr. Wayne Dyer said that. So I hope this resonates with you. I hope this made a big difference for you. If you want to learn more about me, I have my Keto Camp YouTube channel, at the Ben Azadi on Instagram, at the Ben Azadi on TikTok, Keto Camp podcast. I'll be here all weekend to watch the other speakers, and I want to say thank you. I'm grateful for your energy and your enthusiasm, and you're amazing, and I'm so grateful for all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for some practical ways to get rid of some stinking thinking. Are
Oh,
you excited
yes.
about that? One of the things that I'm definitely going to be taking away this week is when he talked about how this way of eating is our primal birthright. That was very powerful. When I get home from this conference, I'm not going to apologize for being keto. I'm not going to hold my head down and be like, I'm sorry, it's so awkward, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm keto. Oh, sorry, I'm keto. I can go home thinking, wow, I hope I can help other people become primal, their primal birthright, help them to return to that, because it really is something worth protecting.
Yeah, and I love what he said about what we're thinking about. We talk to our subscribers all the time. Be careful of what you think. Be careful what you label yourself. And it's interesting when he said the clean versus dirty before. We always tell people, I hate that word dirty keto. It's got nothing to do with the type of keto they're eating. It's the word dirty, because when you say, I'm dirty keto, you're labeling yourself as a dirty person. We like to say relaxed keto, or
Rachel
Keto, or Nisha Keto, or Ben Keto. But think, and I love that he brought that up, think about the words you're using. If you have a day where you slip up, don't say I cheated, because you're calling yourself a cheater. It becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy. So we need to think positive thoughts, and I'm so grateful that he brought that up.
The only thing that I may disagree with is he's like only 60,000 like conversations or thoughts a day. I thought, I am talking to myself in a loop, right? Am I the only person that was like, yes? And I answer myself and argue with myself sometimes. Yep. One thing we are not going to argue about is the opportunity for a 10-minute break.
Yep.
Are you guys ready for one? All right.
So we'll take a 10-minute break. Make sure you go check out the sponsors. Go look at Keto Mojo. You got Redmond Real Salt in there. You've got Autumn shirts. Go take a look at the scan for your neck. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
With the quick fuse, I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number.
I know we've got some people over there checking out all of our vendors, and we're so thankful for that. We're going to get started in a minute, though, and we have a little challenge.
We do.
A rewarding challenge.
I'm curious, though, while we're waiting for people to file back in, how many people were shocked by the smoking versus vegetable oil, like, statistic? Like, that was, I actually went over to Ben, and I'm like, I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're going to be talking about that. Because
We're
honestly,
reappropriating it.
people
Maybe
do
that's
message
better.
us and they're like, if I'm starting off as Dr. Berry likes to say hot dogs and mustard keto, which you can absolutely do. You go where you can afford, where it's easy to start. And then you slowly transition. I know when I got started on keto and I went to Rachel like, I'm going to do this. And she's like, you can do this so long as it doesn't cost our family $1. Like, she's like, you cannot do anything that's going to be outside of our family's budget because we didn't have any money. Like, the reason I was doing the keto is because I couldn't afford CrossFit. And she's like, so if it's going to cost the family any extra money, you can't do it. So there was no going and buying MCT oil and special, and there were no keto products or anything. But what we started to learn as she got on board with me on keto 6 months later was all of a sudden we were spending less money on food now, even though we were eating better quality food and more food. And so we slowly changed our diet. And the very first thing that I changed after watching one of Dr. Berry's videos was the seed oils. And so when people ask us, what should I change as I progress? The first thing to do is dump those seed oils. And I don't care whether you're on keto or your standard American diet, dump the seed oils. Go to your families and throw the seed oils, like go through their cabinet and throw them in the garbage. No kidding. Like, don't donate them. Throw them in the garbage because they're killing us. And there was an amazing statistic, right? They
Really
talk about the
sobering.
fact, like, oh, we're all concerned about smoking, but the seed oils are killing us more than the cigarettes are.
Yeah,
So.
amazing.
Okay, so I'm curious because we want to applaud everybody for being here because you're investing in yourself. And Chris and Miriam and Keto Chow, I mean, they're doing an amazing job putting on this event. And we are so appreciative. And the fact that they're streaming it for free for people who couldn't get there is amazing.
Amazing.
How many people, is there anybody that came more than 300 miles to get here?
All
Okay.
right.
Wow, that's amazing. Keep your hands up. 400 miles. 500 miles.
Whoa,
Yes.
I don't think that we're going to beat Dr. Vega and his
I
family
don't think-
tonight.
How about 1,000 miles? Has anybody come 1,000 miles?
1,000 miles.
1,500 miles? Oh, that's a Chris Bear nerd thing. 1,500 miles? What do we got? Somebody over there? Okay, 2,000 miles? Okay, how far did you come? Where?
Wisconsin,
Okay, how far is that?
1,400.
1,400 miles. Who's higher than that? What do we got? 1,400 miles. 2,285? 1,600 and plus. Anybody higher than 2,200? No? Go to the Keto Chow booth. You're going to find Holly, and we've got a $50 Amazon gift card for you.
Thank you. Thank you
We'll
for
find
being
another.
here.
We got another one to give away later, so we'll come up with a challenge.
But next up, we've got a new speaker, and I can't wait to introduce him. As a health educator and cancer researcher, Dr. David Harper has studied the impact of diet on human health for many years. The culmination of that extensive work is the Bio Diet, a ketogenic food regimen that he and his wife began in 2012. The significant weight loss and health improvements they experienced led Dr. Harper to counsel hundreds of people on the Bio Diet with similarly consistent and impressive results. Dr. Harper is an associate professor of kinesiology at the University of the Fraser Valley and a visiting scientist at the BC Cancer Research Center, Terry Fox Laboratory. He holds a PhD from the University of British Columbia and completed a postdoctoral fellowship in comparative physiology at the University of Cambridge. He is on the scientific advisory board of the Canadian Clinicians for Therapeutic Nutrition and a member of the Institute for Personalized Therapeutic Nutrition. Dr. Harper is the author of Bio Diet, an international bestseller that hit number 18 globally. Here to talk to us today about the ketogenic nutrition as a therapeutic intervention for cancer, it's our great pleasure to introduce Dr. David Harper.
Well, thank you so much, both of you. Aren't they great? They're just fantastic. Wow. Wow. Is Miriam here? Okay, Chris, you're here. Chris, I'm here. We were trying to do this 2 years ago, and a little something happened that got in the way. And so we did it online last year, as you probably know. You can have a look at my talk there. And then they said, well, do you want to come back this year? We're going live again. I said, oh, yeah, of course. I want to go and see Salt Lake City. I want to meet all the people. I want to meet all the other speakers. And I go, yeah, I'm in. And I had to send an email back going, the border's still closed, right? So, because I'm from Canada. I'm from Vancouver. Is there another person here from Vancouver? Holy smokes. That's the winteriest place on the planet. They just had one of the biggest snowstorms in 100 years in Winnipeg, like last week. But it's a beautiful city, too. And is this ever a beautiful city, Salt Lake City? This is my first time here. So how many people here have been to Vancouver? Not too bad. Okay, the rest of you got to come up. It's beautiful. It's like this. You're going to feel at home because, you got mountains. We got mountains. We got a nice skyline. You got a nice skyline. We got a beautiful city. You have a beautiful city. We have salt water. You have salt water. But we have one thing that you don't have. No, humidity. So I have really dry eyes. Does anybody have pathological dry eyes like me? Yeah, so if I start weeping a bit, they're just really dry. They're going to look really red to you. I'm okay. I got all the drops and all that sort of thing, but I just want to let you know about that. So I just like to get to know my audience a little bit. How many people here are keto adapted right now? And that's most of you. Okay, keep your hand up if you've been keto adapted for more than a year, more than 2 years, more than 5 years, more than 10 years. Okay, and just quickly, how many physicians do we have in the audience today? There's 1, 2. Is Dr. Westman here still? Well, tell him to get in here. Okay, since he's not here, we can talk about him. So, and what I want to say about Dr. Westman is I wouldn't be here without people like Dr. Westman, especially Dr. Volek and Dr. Finney. I was kind of taken down the rabbit hole of ketogenic nutrition about more than a decade ago. I started researching myself with the BC Cancer Research Center. By the way, British Columbia has the best cancer outcomes of any jurisdiction on the planet. We're really good at treating cancer. We have a healthy population, but we have really good comprehensive treatments. And so I met up with a fellow named Dr. Jerry Crystal, who's kind of like a god in cancer research globally, and he's been researching low-carb diets as a preventative for cancer for decades, but only with mice, and I was working with people. So we were a good fit for one another, and we become fast friends, too. So anyway, Dr. Westman, Dr. Volek, Dr. Finney, they kind of met me at the other end. I read their books, and I have an opportunity to work, so I'm actually here representing Dr. Volek's team at The Ohio State University. I'm told it must be pronounced The Ohio State University. There's some issue there. So, and this is my book. I'll talk to you about a little bit later, but I want to let you know the reason I have this here is that there's a prize. So for those of you who are listening carefully, I'm going to ask you a question at the end of my talk, and whoever gets the question right, I have a copy of my book here, and I'll sign it for you. And by the way, in case I forget later, it's not an expensive book, but there's a audio version that I read myself. Where's Ben? Thank you for, I read, and with my wife, who's my co-author, Dale Drury, we both read it. She's got a much nicer voice than I do. So we both read that. And there's also an e-version. So on Kindle, I was able to drop the price to like $3 for you guys. So if you go on now to Kindle, and it's $3, so it's basically less than half a cup of coffee, right? So if you're interested in reading it, this comes from our clinical practice and my own clinical practice, counseling people on ketogenic diets. So these are my affiliations that were mentioned already. So we don't need to go through those again. But I've been working in this field for about 10 years now. When I was taken down that rabbit hole, and I realized myself that I'd made a big mistake. And I notice, there's some plus-size people in the room here. Listen, you should be grateful you're here. It's not easy to come out and, people see you and sometimes you feel self-conscious. You should give yourself some self-gratitude because it's not easy. So good for you for coming out. And here's what I want to say to you is it is not your fault. It is not your fault. You know whose fault it is? No, me. Because for 30 years, I taught the wrong stuff to generations of students. I taught them that, low-fat, high-carb diet, that was the way you had to go. That would prevent chronic disease and that sort of thing. And so what you have to do if you're a good scientist, I like to think I'm a good scientist, is when faced with a new paradigm that has more evidence than the old paradigm, you have to discard that old paradigm and accept the new one. That's what good scientists do. I wish more nutrition scientists would do that because for 20 years now, we've had robust, good quality science by the best researchers at the best universities that demonstrate that a ketogenic diet is a beneficial therapeutic. It will prevent chronic disease, and what we're researching is can we treat chronic disease. It's really hard to prove it will prevent chronic disease. We can talk about that later, but we think it can treat chronic disease. So again, those are my disclosures. I have no affiliations. I receive no funds from anybody for my work, other than obviously my university position. And then the John and Lottie Hecht Foundation. This is a Canadian foundation that funds a lot of research into sort of alternative solutions, and especially funding ketogenic diet. Our study, it's almost $1 million Canadian, which is what, about $7.50 American or something like that. No, it's close. So it's a very small study. Only 20 women in the experimental side, so, but that over 12 weeks when you have to feed people and so on, it gets very expensive. So nutritional studies are expensive. So to prove that something didn't cause chronic disease, you'd have to get thousands of people, you'd have to lock them away and feed them the food you want them to eat for like 30 years. There's just not enough money on the planet to do that. So what we do is we look at therapeutic interventions for chronic disease, and presumably if it works for that, it should be work as a preventative measure as well. So that's what I'm going to talk about today is cancer, the area I work in, but not just there. I help other people with other issues. Obesity is a disease and diabetes as well. It's been very effective for that. But I'll be talking about cancer. Why? Well, simply because when I was 9 years old, my mother died of breast cancer. A little bit clamped. I always struggle at that point, but that's why. Caveats, and I'll say this twice, ketogenic diets are not a cure for cancer. They're not a cure for cancer. So if you are under cancer treatment right now, you should not be throwing away your drug. Oh, there's Dr. Westman. I said the nicest things about you when you weren't in the room. Welcome, I'm glad you could make it. They're not a cure, ketogenic diets are not a cure for cancer. They are, I think, we're going to show, hopefully, they're an effective adjunct therapy along with standard of care. So if you are experiencing cancer, you're being treated for cancer, you do not discard cancer for a ketogenic diet. Your cancer treatment for a ketogenic diet. We don't want you to do that. There's no evidence that that'll work on its own, despite what you might see on the internet. Consult with your physician before, especially if you have a physician like Dr. Westman or Dr. Wrigley, people that know about these, consult with your physician. If they don't know about ketogenic diets, I have a little suggestion for you, and this is a bit self-serving. Give them a copy of my book. It will tell them not just how to do a ketogenic diet, but the first half is why it works, and it's all based on science. It's all been fact-checked. It's all, I guarantee you, 100% scientifically accurate. Get good professional support. And finally, I'm not a physician. This is not medical advice, and I'm not a physician. I'm a scientific researcher. The title doctor is an academic title. So why consider a ketogenic diet? By the way, how many people have seen my videos on like YouTube or social media or whatever? If you want to connect with me on social media, I think it's Dave Harper on Facebook, and it's probably David G. Harper on LinkedIn. Please link up with me. I post a lot of stuff. I know Casey, you're usually there. What do I always start my posts with? Do you remember? It was on the last slide. I always start what the science says, ... So I only post stuff that I know is good science, done by good people with good evidence, done at good institutions. So what the science says, the health benefits, We've seen this already, and it's great to have all these other talks before me because they've told you all the stuff I usually have to tell you just to start talking about cancer. So it's the best for weight loss and body composition. As we've seen, lowers blood pressure, triglycerides, higher HDL, reverses insulin, stabilizes blood glucose, less systemic inflammation, improved immune response, improved energy and stamina, and finally, mental clarity and sense of well-being. Now, although almost everybody put up their hands saying they're keto adapted, how many people in the room have experienced all of these things? Yeah, almost everybody. So why isn't the medical community waking up to this? Because this is just like a simple sample size, but everybody that does keto, now it doesn't work for everybody, it works for probably 7 out of 8 people, but everybody seems to get these things. And, they go to their physicians, well, your sample size of 1, right? It's just you. Maybe you're just different. No, this works, and it's been working with a lot of people, and I get the same results all the time. I can tell you, based on how long you've been keto, what things are for most people. Everything regresses to the mean. So this is not unknown. This is not yet to be discovered. This is proven, rigorous science that shows this. So I wish we didn't have, as Dr. Rigby was showing yesterday, a medical community that's not really a healthcare system, it's a disease management system that manages diseases with pharmaceuticals. Could we please wake up and realize that you have a drug-free nutritional way to better health and to prevent chronic disease and maybe treat it? If there's any message I'd like to, so you may have seen this. This is actually, I think, about 10 years old now, but it shows the kinds of conditions on the left in black for which there is really good, rock-solid evidence that ketogenic diets are effective: cardiovascular disease, diabetes, weight reduction, epilepsy for more than 100 years. It's a treatment for epilepsy. And on the emerging evidence, you'll see cancer in there, as well as the neurological diseases that Amy Berger was talking about earlier. That was a great talk, Amy. That was fantastic. And I'm a good friend of Steve Cunnane, so thanks for mentioning his work as well. So this is emerging. We don't know yet, but we're pretty darn sure. We wouldn't be spending our time and effort looking at it. And this is my sort of medical model now. There are some physicians in the room. I've presented this all over the world as a model. Do you guys know what Occam's razor is, the philosophical tenet, which is don't look for a harder solution to a problem until you first excluded the easier solution. And it was Richard Mathias, Dr. Richard Mathias, the person that pushed me down the keto rabbit hole in the first place. He studies Inuit diets and First Nations diets. And their diets, they've been living up in Canada, North Canada for 10, 15, 18,000 years. And you know what? Up in the north there's no pizza, there's no like Coca-Cola, there's not even really any vegetables. There's a little bit of fruit in the summer and that sort of thing. But yeah, and somehow they managed to survive on like 70 to 90% saturated fat diets. And on their traditional diet, no cancer, no diabetes, no heart disease. They live long lives in a really harsh environment. So we haven't just known this for the last 20 years. We've known this for the last 20,000 years. So we need to wake up. What we have been doing is the wrong thing for about the last 30 or 40 years, since in 1980 when they came up with the nutritional guidelines for Americans. There was that high-carb, low-fat diet. So I said, okay, here's a simpler model. Tell me if I'm wrong, please. I'm a scientist. I like to be shown if I'm wrong so I can improve it. These are the 3 factors that underlie the majority of chronic disease: obesity, insulin resistance, and inflammation. I call them the axis of illness. It's kind of a joke. Remember that axis of evil? George Bush won, and Libya, North Korea, Iraq, I think. So this is the axis of illness. These are the 3 main factors. Now, all the physicians in there, do I have this right? Insulin resistance, obesity, inflammation. Most chronic disease, this is a root cause, correct? Okay, they all said correct all at once. I don't know if you could hear that on the video, but I heard it clearly. But anyway, if anybody in the audience thinks this is right. Now, the other thing, see those arrows? The thing about this is they all make each other worse. They all make each other worse. And what we call that in physiology is a positive feedback effect, not just physiology, which means once you get obese, you're more inflamed. Once you're more inflamed, you're more insulin resistant. Insulin resistance causes inflammation. Inflammation causes obesity. Insulin resistance and obesity related. All these things get worse. So what we're doing in the West, the reason why we have so many problems with chronic health in the West, is we've been eating a high carbohydrate diet. So this is the simpler solution. Maybe instead of obesity, if we just want to look at that, being this, really complex psychosocial thing that has genetic factors and metabolic factors and hormonal factors. And it's so complicated, I'm just going to have to study that for the rest of my life and get huge grants for the government to do that, and I'm going to build my whole career around the notion of that. And anybody says that it's not really complex and hard to figure out, well, I'm just going to diss them forever so that nobody listens to them. And that's what happens to people like us. And we've all experienced that. You've had many darts, I'm sure, Dr. Westman, and Amy too, you're a lot younger, but we get darts thrown at us all the time. Oh, there's not enough evidence yet. Oh, they're dangerous. Sorry. The simpler solution is we're pouring carbohydrate on that, and when we do, they all get worse. When they get worse, we get chronic disease. And my back of the envelope, if you read the research on this, is about 70% of all chronic disease, that's cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and Alzheimer's, is due to excess carbohydrate in the diet that causes obesity, insulin resistance, and inflammation, causes that spinning positive feedback to happen, and it spins off as a chronic disease. Now, here's where I differ from my physician friends. I don't think diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, all that, I don't think they're different diseases at all. I think they're the same disease manifesting itself in different ways. And I think that disease, I don't know if Ben's back here. If you look at my, I think it's 2018, I did a TED talk on this. I said in 2018, nobody's talking about mitochondria just yet, except for like Amy and probably Ben, but a few people were. But I said in 2018, within 10 years, medical research for chronic disease is going to be almost entirely focused on the mitochondria. That is when they say in engineering, root cause analysis. All of these things are due to mitochondrial dysfunction, as we've heard today, and yesterday as well, in some really, really high-quality talks. So it's really the health of your mitochondria that's great. And is Bronson here at all? Because one of the best ways to, I'm going to talk about diet, of course, but one of the best ways to improve your mitochondrial function is exercise. So I'm totally with Bronson on the 50-50. You need to get exercise, whatever, where you are, exercise where you are. And you need to have a low carbohydrate diet. For most people, there are some contraindications. The second half of my book has those contraindications from Dr. Kossoff listed. They're quite rare, most of them, and sometimes they're surgery and comorbidities that would be a contraindication for a ketogenic diet. But for most people, when you consider, I think it's about 72-73% of the American adult population are overweight or obese, and that it's really effective for that. That alone, it's worth a try. And yes, you are a sample size of one, but that's why I'm a member of the Institute of Personalized Therapeutic Nutrition, because ultimately we have to jiggle things around and make it right for you as an individual. So what works for one person doesn't always work for the person next to you. So here's what happens when we take that axis of illness on a ketogenic diet and we take the carbohydrate out. So let's take that out. Let's just remove carbohydrate from the diet, and you'll find that those things all diminish. And really quickly, how long was that? 600 units of insulin in 4 weeks? 3 weeks. And this is not quite that dramatic, but we see this all the time. I've had doctors phone me up, go, what did you do with my patient? I go, what do you mean, what did I do? And I go, well, they're not taking their drugs anymore. And I go, why not? Well, they don't need to. I want to know what you did. They don't need their metformin, they don't need their insulin, and their blood sugar's regulated. They've been on this for 10 years. What did you do? And I said, I just got them to eat what a human diet should look like, what the traditional natural human diet is. And you know what? Their body said, well, thank you. You've finally taken all that sugar out and all those carbs out of me, and I feel so much better, and all of a sudden they improve. It really is that easy, folks. So there's your Occam's razor. This is the easier model, and it works, and if it doesn't work, please tell me why. And if it does, then we should be focusing our attention here, not on all that complex stuff that's never going to be solved. That's my feeling. I'm a little bit biased there, obviously. So we can reduce chronic disease. Now, cancer, Otto Warburg won the Nobel Prize in 1931. You're probably aware of this, that he discovered sort of fermentation was something that was characteristic of cancer cells. In other words, they don't metabolize through oxidative respiration. They're stuck in glycolysis or fermentation, as he called it at the time. And we actually take advantage of this when we image patients. And I'll show you a picture of that in a second. So the metabolism of cancer cells is dramatically different from the metabolism of normal cells. And in genetic research on cancer, we're always looking for what's different, what protein's different. But if you look at cancer from a metabolic perspective, there's really only 3 or 4 things. Like, depending on glutamate, depending on the Warburg effect, depending on glucose primarily. There's something called single carbon transfer, and there's a lactic acid production as well that comes from that. So here's your sort of on the left is sort of normal differentiated tissues, so they have two ways of taking that glucose and producing ATP from that. And one of those ways is directly producing lactate. That's the fermentation side. And on the other side, they use oxygen, they use the mitochondria, and they produce a lot more ATP that way. Doesn't work that way in tumor cells. Tumor cells are more dependent on that anaerobic side. So because it's not very efficient, they need to pump in tons and tons and tons of glucose. So this is why we say cancer cells are glucose dependent. They need that glucose because they can't burn it very effectively, so they need a whole lot more of it. And that's the major difference. And so viewing a cancer cell as a metabolic issue rather than a genetic gene expression kind of issue, it simplifies the process. So again, Occam's razor. Let's look at the simple solution here. We use this to image tumors. So this is there's a compound called fluorodeoxyglucose. I think, Amy, you were talking about that earlier, FDGs, fluorodeoxyglucose. So it's a radioactive tag glucose, and we can watch where it's going. And we use this Warburg effect to image where tumors are, solid tumors. So we actually give them a bolus of this chemical compound, and it goes and it concentrates 100 to 200 times in the tumor, so it really glows like that. Now you can also see there it's glowing in the bladder because the bladder's removing that imaging agent. It's glowing in the brain because the brain's partial dependency on glucose, not total dependency because it loves beta-hydroxybutyrate and acetoacetate. And you also see the heart. The heart will burn anything. The heart's like a diesel engine. It's running all the time. You can throw sawdust in there. It'll happily do that. So here's a little analogy I use, and I hope this works for you. So you think of your body as a garden, your back garden, and all the plants you have there are your cells. And they're different types of plants, different types of cells, but they're all healthy. These are your healthy body cells. And those cells need food. Now the food actually comes from the sun, from photosynthesis, and the plants turn that sun into glucose, right? So there's your fuel. But there's another part of that too, which is the fertilizer. And you need fertilizer there too. That's a growth factor. And so, if you pour that stuff on there, you'll get your plants growing. But what else will you get? Weeds, right? So the weeds are your cancer cells. And you're getting weeds all the time, just like your garden is. You got a weed. Now, you don't know you're weeding. That's what your immune system does. So you are getting cancer cells, potentially dangerous cancer cells produced all the time. But we have this really vigilant immune system that's going, finding those cells and destroying them. Things like natural killer cells, cytotoxic T cells or CD8 cells. So you're designed to do that. You're designed to get cancer and fight it off. It's a balancing act. So what you want to do is have your body's ability to fight the cancer working at a rate higher than the rate at which those cells are being produced. As we get aging, our immune system starts to teeter out. We get more of these immune cells, more things are collecting in our system, and so it's getting more, and then a little older, so that's why you see more cancer in older people. It's just that balance of power is out of balance in favor of cancer. And I think we can put it back. So if we look at this in terms of the Warburg effect, what a high carbohydrate diet, now I say recommended, not recommended by me, folks, recommended by, I call it SAD, Standard American Diet, SAD. So the Standard American Diet, which is the high carb diet. So what you're doing is you're really brightening that sunlight. That's the Warburg effect, more glucose. And when you have more sugar in your blood, what happens to insulin? That's the fertilizer. Insulin goes up too. So now you got optimal conditions for tumor growth. You have bright sunlight, lots of glucose. You've got lots of fertilizer there. That's the insulinemia. And so, of course, over time, the weeds win. What happens if you now look at this in terms of a ketogenic diet? So what you're doing, you're not starving tumors. They'll still get that glucose in. What you're doing is diminishing the supply. Perhaps more important is you're diminishing the insulin signal for growth. And remember, cancer cells are uncontrolled growth. So they're just growing like crazy. So if we can reduce that signal for growth, that's very powerful. So on a low-carb diet, the Warburg effect, we diminish that sunlight a bit. We're lowering the glucose levels. So you lower your insulin levels and you moderate both of those. And then what we found in the lab at the BC Cancer Research Center, Terry Fox lab, we found changes in immune response, which are really dramatic. I like to think of that in this model. That's your weed whacker, right? So you got your weed whacker, that's your immune response. And what we found in preliminary studies, not on cancer patients, just on other general population, we found an upregulation, we call it, of certain cytokines and chemokines. So in this battle, those are your calms. your communications. Those are the signals going from cell to cell to try to get the other cells ready, those natural killer cells, those cytotoxic T cells, and others, macrophages, to recognize those cancer cells and go and kill them. So what we saw is an upregulation of the COM. So I like to think of it as a turbocharged weed whacker, and that thing goes through there and whacks all those weeds out and returns you to normal health. That's the way your body should normally work, and it does on a ketogenic diet. And so can I say, if you're on a ketogenic diet, you're one of the 7 out of 8 people that responds well, that you won't get cancer? No. Because there's still obviously genetic factors, there's familial things, there's environmental things, other lifestyle factors, smoking, of course, and so on. Although I'm thinking I should take up smoking again after that last time. Okay, those of you walking at home, you have to go and look at the last talk to get that joke. So, no, I'm not. I don't want people to smoke, please. So anyway, that's kind of how it works. So I think we can probably really reduce your risk of getting cancer if you maintain a ketogenic diet. Just to show I'm not as crazy as I look, this is Dr. Lewis Cantley, who probably the researchers in the audience know, probably will one day win the Nobel Prize for his discoveries and his work on cancer. And what I'm showing you there is there's those 3 hallmarks of the axis of illness: inflammation, insulin resistance, and obesity. I just want to say I had mine up there first. And this is from Time Magazine. It's their image, and they may have actually seen mine and thought, hey, that's pretty good. What I hate about this is they have the butter obesity thing. So we need to have a chat with the editors there. Grass-fed butter is like total brain food. It's beautiful. Yeah, it could be margarine. Good point. Actually, it could be margarine. Yeah, good point. So here's what we know from also previous studies. Triple-negative breast cancer. So we can inject breast cancer cells into mammary glands of mice. Poor mice, I know. And by the way, I don't know if you can see the whole thing there. It says standard control feed versus ketogenic chow. This is not keto chow, our hosts, and thank you again. This is ketogenic chow. And mice are actually quite discriminatory in what they eat. I'm pretty sure they would love keto chow because it's tasty stuff. So what it shows on the left there is simply that the size of the tumor, it takes about twice as long for that tumor to reach the same size on the ketogenic mice, and then longevity on the right, so the percent of the population surviving, again, about a 50% increase in survivorship on a ketogenic diet. So these are actually mice that we put cancer cells into them, and then we see what happens to them based on standard American diet versus ketogenic diet. So, you know, the good news is if you're a white mouse, we've cured cancer for you about 200 or 300 times now, so you're all good. Whatever cancer you have, we got a cure for you. But does this work in humans? That was our question. So we had some pretty cool tools. This is the first ever clinical use of a digital PET scan. We had a PET CT. Digital PET scans, rather than analog PET scans, they have much higher resolution, so you can use less imaging agent. You can use it more often, almost to the point where we can watch glucose being metabolized in cancer cells in real time. Almost to that point. It's pretty cool. This is the study, the ketogenic diet and chemotherapy to affect response to breast cancer treatment, the Keto Care study. You can look this up. It's all online in the government documents and so on. And here's the team. Dr. Jeff Volek, my good friend and colleague. I'm sure all of you know who he is. And this is his team at The Ohio State University. Ryan Dickerson, who will be defending his thesis. I'm going to present a teeny bit of his data today. Taryn Sapper is just a wonderful, wonderful person, a dietitian, probably the smartest keto dietitian on the planet. Alex Bugga, I've just got to know, he's joined the team a little bit later, but he's just like, Jeff gets about 500 applications a year for graduate students for maybe one position every year or two from like tier 1 universities. So these are the smartest people. And then Parker Hyde, it's not MS anymore, he got his PhD, he's now at North Georgia University. And then our team at the Cancer Research Center, Dr. Jerry Crystal and Ingrid Alizia. Michael Knopp, he invented the digital PET scan. And Katie's his teammate that we worked with there, and then Miriam Lussberg, who's now at Yale University. She's the oncologist. So there's a team, really smart people, wonderful people to work with. I'm so blessed. Why breast cancer? Well, you can read for yourself. I don't need to read the slides to you, but it's the bottom two I want to point out, that people with metastatic breast cancer, which is the MBC, metastatic breast cancer, that means it's spreading. When cancer is spreading, you know, your life expectancy is really diminished, almost any kind of cancer, but they're all a little bit different. So, you know, about 2 years and a bit is your average lifespan, and only about 26% have a 5-year extended survival rate. So metastatic breast cancer, it's the third most common cancer. Skin cancers. Second is actually, do you know what second is? It's actually prostate cancer, and then third is breast cancer. So there's lots of women dying every year like my mother did, and I want to try and help. I want to try and make a difference. So here are our questions, 3 different slots. I'm really only going to talk, I'm not going to talk about all this today, because I'm hoping to be invited back next year to talk about the rest of it. I'm looking at Chris back there. I got a thumbs up. I can't really tell. He's doing this. He's seen the end of the slides. Safety and feasibility. So is it safe? That's the first thing in any study. Is it safe? Does it have efficacy? So can we do this? Can we induce ketosis in women with metastatic breast cancer? These are very, very sick women. We have to have a general idea they'll live about a year in order to be included in the study. So is this a safe thing to do with people who are very sick? And can we sustain it? Can we actually get ketosis and sustain it? Secondly, when we're in ketosis, because of the change in carbohydrate metabolism, is that going to mess up the imaging? Because we're still using fluorodeoxyglucose, that's glucose-based. Is that going to mess up the imaging? And third, when we do that imaging, what does it show? In terms of systemic function, do we see the same kinds of changes we see that you've all experienced that people have talked about over the last day and a half? Those changes in blood lipids, changes in blood pressure, changes in blood sugar, changes in HOMA-IR and A1C and that sort of thing. And finally, does it have a positive effect on the immune response, that turbo weed whacker? Do we see those changes? So we recruited women. This is a very small study. We recruited 20 women. Only 13 were able to complete the study, which was actually a 6-month study. Most of the data here is from the first 3 months. We do blood draws at baseline, 3 months and 6 months. We make all the food and feed them and give them their food and counseling and daily blood analysis of ketones and sugar for the first 3 months, and we continue that, but they're free living. In other words, they can live on their own and buy their own food and make their own meals after that. And so of those, of the 7 that didn't complete, 1 died, sadly. And the other 6, it was personal reasons, work reasons, and other reasons. So there's no contraindications. There's no safety issues with a ketogenic diet. That in and of itself is super important, because these are women for whom the medical system has no more answers. They've been told to go home and get their affairs in order. So they're highly motivated to participate, and they want to help science too, which is great. So the first thing we want to do is first do no harm. We don't want to hurt them. And I can tell you happily, nobody had any adverse effects from the diet, which is great. Here's the cancer type on the left. Now, if you know about breast cancer, we talk about single, double, triple negative. So the positives are for hormones. And so triple negative is the really nasty one. That tends to happen earlier. It tends to have poor outcomes. And then those are the timelines. So beginning on the left, halfway through is the 3-month, which is the data I'm going to be showing you, and then the full term. And then those colored things, those are the different drugs they're on. They are all still on standard of care. So it's usually Zolota or Taxol, but some other aromatase inhibitors and so on, which are standard treatments for people on breast cancer to try and limit cancer growth. So we feed them in those first 3 months. So we have a commercial lab there at The Ohio State University. It's a professional chef. This is not hospital food. These are really, really tasty custom-made meals that they get. And we have the capacity to weigh those dishes before and after. So they come, they get all their meals every 3 days, and then they go and it's everything that they're going to consume, and then they just bring everything back. We weigh everything before and after. We know to 1/10 of a gram exactly what they're consuming. So we know what those macronutrient things are, and we have the capacity to do both standard American diet and ketogenic diet, but this is only for the ketogenic group. We have this is a DEXA, if you know about DEXA. It basically does a scan for body fat, also bone density. Many women have had that done. So here's an early study, and I don't expect you to really understand this. This is what we're doing with the blood. So there's the imaging, there's the basic morphological change, then there's the blood. So this is what we call immunohistochemistry, and what we're doing is we're taking the actual white blood cells out of the blood draws, and then we isolate them, and then we challenge them with a viral and a bacterial challenge, which is a proxy for a cancer cell. So in other words, they'll respond the same way they would if a cancer cell was nearby. And then we look for differences in response. And these are some of those cytokines and chemokines like IL, interleukin 1 beta, and interferon you've probably heard of, gamma and alpha, and CSF is colony stimulating factor. So we've seen changes in people. These are for keto-adapted people. So we've seen changes in keto-adapted people in their immune system. This is the first discovery. It was a pilot study, first discovery of its kind done at the BC Cancer Research Center. And then we wanted to apply that again to the study we were doing. Again, the digital PET scan. Now, for those of you who are clinicians, This is the model we came out with, the results of that. One of the things I said was, well, we learned a lot from this. So one of the important things is the psychosocial aspect of counseling people. So for anybody that counsels people, look me up on social media or find me or get my email, I'll put it at the end. These are the factors. So motivation, we heard that from Dr. Vega yesterday. Motivation, really important. Opportunity. So when you're doing a clinical study, they have to know you're doing the study, and you have to be able to fit into that study. So that involves some communication, some thought from the clinicians as well. Support, both from the team, but also their oncologist, their physician, and their family, and maybe even their workplace, because those are places we've seen some problems. Education. Knowledge is power. If people know why this is working, they understand the basic physiology. And Nurse Cindy yesterday did a fantastic job. I'm going to retire and let her I'll just use her video things to teach my physiology classes instead. I don't have to do that anymore. So if we can teach them how, that's what BioDiet does. It teaches you why this works, why this will have that effect. And then sustainability. So how do you sustain it? The best way to sustain it is success. Nothing breeds success like success. So once people start to see those positive changes, they're really motivated to stay on. So motivation, opportunity, support, education, and sustainability. And it spells Moses, and I didn't do that because it's Easter. But it does spell Moses, and it is Easter. So happy Easter, happy Passover to all of you as well. So it's easy to remember. And of course, you can see the logistics and communication involved on the outside, and then it's patient-centered with the physicians on top, because that's what they like to be, the researchers down below, because that's where we usually work, but patient-centered, and then in around that is trust and empathy. So this is it's not as clinical as you'd think. We really, and it's hard, because at the end of the study, you can't communicate with that person anymore. You just have to say goodbye. You can't communicate with them anymore. So we don't know what the long-term survival rate is, if that's a question. So here's some results. Now, there's that column there, fifth or sixth along, the percent change from baseline. You can see massive increase in ketones. And the same kinds of changes, Amy, if you look at those numbers, they're almost identical, right, to the numbers we see in studies on people, how much weight loss, how much insulin improvement, insulin resistance improvement, the HOMA-IR, changes in body weight, changes in body fat. So in other words, the great thing about this is women that are really sick and being treated for breast cancer respond the same way that the rest of us do. So they get the same benefits the rest of us do, and that improvement of metabolic health, which of course is going to hopefully improve their outcomes. And I say hopefully because I can't say conclusively. But it's good because it caused a positive health effect and it didn't hurt them. And there were no drugs. Well, there's drugs that they're taking, but our intervention had no drugs. And here's what the results look like. You can see on the left there, these 3 months results, the changes in body weight minus 8.5 kilograms. That's about 19 pounds. Changes in body fat percentage, changes in body fat mass. And there's a bit of change in lean body mass, and that's okay. Even elite athletes, if they lose a lot of weight, they're going to lose lean mass because as you get lighter, you don't have the same muscle mass requirements. Most of the big, heavy muscles are in your lower body. There's one of the images. I'm going to show you better ones there, and then the protocol at the top there. So this is just one brief study, result that I want to show you today. The other one is looking at the hallmarks of cancer from an inflammatory perspective. And so, you know what? If you count these, Amy, I think there's 16 factors here, and they're probably the same factors. Amazing, right? So if you decrease adiposity, these are the changes you get. If you decrease the glucose content, this is by the way, unpublished data, an unpublished figure, but it should be out soon. This is from Ryan Parkinson's PhD thesis. So the change in glucose, when you drop glucose, all those amazing things that happen. When you increase ketone production, there's those CD8 cells, which are the anti-cancer cells, something called the NLRP3 inflammasome, which is an inflammatory intracellular promoter. And then the fatty acid oxidation, you've heard people talk about HDAC. It's all a little bit, takes a while to explain all that stuff, so I won't talk about that today, but it's amazing. Those same factors that Amy was talking about, we're finding as well. And what I want you to take away from this is cancer is an inflammatory disease. It is an inflammatory disease. If you can decrease the inflammation, you really limit the scope, and that balances things in favor of your immune system again. So we're talking about systemic inflammation here as well as cellular inflammation. These are the changes in the cytokines. These are the COMs. I'm not going to show you too much about this because it's Ryan's PhD thesis and he hasn't done it yet. He's doing that next month. But again, some of the same factors that we saw, which are anti-inflammatory factors, were significantly changed from baseline. And the one on the right is actually, it's actually a brake on the immune system. So what we think that one is, some people call it pro-inflammatory, but it's not. It's a brake on the anti-inflammatory thing. Is you consider yourself going downhill in the winter on a snowy hill, and are you going to have your foot on the gas or the brake? The brake. So that's what that is. So that IL-10 increase, we're thinking it's just getting ready to break when it needs to, because we don't want the immune response, the innate immune response, to get out of hand, because that creates all kinds of problems. Of MS and other problems. You know, you don't want to have a boosted immune system. You want to have an optimized immune system. So here's a couple of images I'm going to show you just to finish up. The woman on the left, that's at start. You can see the brain dark because it's absorbing that glucose-rich solution. That little thing on the armpit, that's the entry port. The big black thing in the middle, we're still looking at the one on the left, that's the heart. So the heart is using that the glucose. And you can see the kidneys clearing it and the bladder clearing the imaging agent. And all those other black things are the hypermetastases in the liver. Because with breast cancer, it tends to go liver, lung, brains before you die. And so you can see, comparing the left to the right, the diminishing of the tumor. Now, we don't know whether the ketogenic diet did that, because they're still taking drugs, and those are the two major factors. The disease can progress, your immune system's going to react. We don't know. We can't say conclusively. But I can tell you that woman was very happy. So on an individual basis, something happened that was good that they told her wasn't going to be able to happen. And here's another one. It's just kind of a gift that fades in and out. I hope it goes. There we go. So this is start to 3 months. Again, this woman was told to get her affairs in order. You know, you need to say goodbye to your children in a few months. And she's completely tumor-free. Right? I don't know if she still is. And you can also see the fat loss too, right? You can see the fat loss there as well. So here's our results. I might run a teeny bit over time there, Chris, if that's okay. So of these, is it safe? Yes. Can we achieve ketosis? Yes. 0.5 to 2 was our kind of target range. We had several women that were way over 2, which is okay. So we can sustain it, and is it safe? Yep. So we got those ones. Does it wreck the imaging studies? Nope. It's okay. The cancer cells can still get that glucose in there, the fluorodeoxyglucose. Does the state of ketosis, is that altered? Does that alter the size of that? We don't know. That's why I want to come back next year to show you some more of that imaging at the 3 and 6 month point. Is there systemic change in metabolism? Yes. We're getting the same kinds of changes you would expect from anybody else that starts a ketogenic diet for which it's appropriate. And does that shift have any implications in terms of the immune response? We can't say for sure, and I'll let Ryan carry that torch, but I'll use the PDS, pretty darn sure, that there is an optimization of the immune system there. So thank you very much. Before I walk off here, so here's the question. Here's the question. So were you listening? Now don't put your hand up unless you know the actual answer. So 5 aspects to that model, the Moses model. What were the 5 components? Does anybody know? Because if you put your hand up, oh, somebody there knows it. Yes, in the black shirt there. You said, it says I got this on your shirt, so, yep. And yes. And she was referring to her notes, which is totally acceptable because I'm a university professor. I love it when my students take notes. And for you, I have my signing pen over there. I'll meet you at lunchtime and we'll sign a book for you. For the rest of you, I am now deputizing you to be on my side. I want you to spread the good news about ketogenic diets to everyone, to your family, your friends, your communities. Don't be shy. And if they go, no, you should read Dr. Harper's book. Okay, I'm trying to sell books here. You should read Dr. Harper's book. No, really, it's my wife is a journalist, so it's for the layperson. You know who it's for? It's for your physician, right? Really, buy him this. And if your physician has any questions, give my email. I'll be happy to talk to any of them. As I said, I did reduce the price to $3 on Kindle. And there are a couple copies I brought with me. I just stuffed them in the suitcase that are available for sale through the Keto Chow, folks. So thank you very, very much for your time and attention. I hope you learned something today. I'll be around all day, so I hope to talk to some of you later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harper.
This is so promising for me. And I think for everybody.
Thanks.
As the son of an oncologist who had colon cancer almost 20 years ago, and she actually, even though she was an oncologist, didn't believe in giving herself chemotherapy because she knew what it did to her. She's still alive, never had chemo, even though she had advanced colon cancer. But my father also passed away from brain cancer. 3 months diagnosis to death. And to hear that there's a possibility that, and I know my mom has preached that even though she retired right before COVID, that our nutrition could possibly help prevent some of this stuff is so encouraging to me.
It really is. It really
So,
is.
I got a question.
Yes.
How many people have been doing keto for less than a year? Raise your hands.
Ooh, those are some beautiful hands.
Less than 6 months. Anybody less than 6 months?
Somebody right there.
That's just one person?
All right. Oh, two.
2? Less than 5 months? I only see one hand. I got a lot
I
of
got
lights.
2. The same 2.
4 months? 3 months? 2 months? How long?
2 months.
Anybody less than 2 months? We're somebody at 2 months?
2 months.
So,
6
6 weeks. Come up here and grab this. And then you're going to go over to the Keto Mojo booth, and they're going to give you, unless you already have one, a Keto Mojo.
We're so excited that you're here.
So you bring that over to her, tell you won the Keto Mojo, and then they don't have any with them. They're going to ship you one. So you bring it over to her, and that is so awesome.
Congratulations, Michael. So one of the huge blessings of getting to MC this event is getting to speak to some of the speakers, and I was so excited to talk to Don Pedro before
The Sod Father.
we started the Sod Father, before we started today, because his message has really helped Joe and I to start right where we're at. So we don't have acreage where we live, but we were encouraged to start a backyard chicken flock. I say that was a COVID decision, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
we
right?
got
You
an
bought a
RV.
dog, had a baby, or got a new pet,
Exactly.
right?
I stopped dyeing my hair, and we got a backyard chicken flock. But I thought, we can do this.
Yep.
This is doable.
Yep.
I'm not going to wait until we have a lot of land. We can do things right now. We bought a whole cow. City folk trying to find a cow in South Florida. That was an adventure, but it's because he made it feel possible for us. So we're so excited. All right, so Peter Ballerstedt, a.k.a. Don Pedro, the sod father of the Ruminati, earned his bachelor's and master's degrees at the University of Georgia and his doctorate at the University of Kentucky. He was the forage extension specialist at Oregon State University from 1986 to 1992. He currently works in the forage seed industry. Peter's personal experience has led him to re-examine human diet and health. What he has learned doesn't agree with the advice given for the past several decades. Peter is an advocate for ruminant animal agriculture and the essential role of animal source foods in the human diet. He strives to build bridges between producers, consumers, and researchers across a wide variety of scientific disciplines, increasing awareness of metabolic health and the ruminant animals' agricultural's essential role in social, economic, and ecological sustainability. Peter has spoken at many different events in the U.S. and internationally, and many of his presentations are available on YouTube. Thank goodness for us. Peter and Nancy live in Western Oregon with their 2 dogs, Connor and Noni. It's our great privilege to introduce Dr. Peter Ballerstedt.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, everybody. Oh, come on. Thank you. It's great to be back together again. Thank you for this opportunity to Chris and Miriam. But most of all, thank you for showing up and supporting this. I'm looking behind me like there's something there. Isn't there supposed to be a slide up? Title slide? It's not showing here. They're stuck. Oh, excellent. So back here. So title slide, wonderful. So as you heard my introduction, but I just want to tell people that this morning I posted on my social media a PDF of all the slides, a PDF of the references that I'll use in this presentation, a folder of JPEG single images of each slide. So go there, download them, and have at it. So there is an existential crisis. And that's the message I want to get across today, but a little bit more introduction so you know who's up here talking at you. I'm an advocate for therapeutic carbohydrate reduction and ruminant animal agriculture. As was mentioned, I've worked in forage agriculture most of my adult life at university and in private industry. And I currently work for a forage seed company, but I'm not here as a representative of that company. Maybe we should define some terms. Agronomy, those are the sciences related to food and fiber production, soil management. Forage might need to be defined. That's any part of a plant that's fed to animals other than the separable grain. So lots of things can qualify as forages, not just grass. Ruminants might need a definition for some, although I suspect in this region maybe not as much as others. But you know, even-toed, hooved mammals, multi-compartmented stomachs, they chew a cud, that's the process of rumination. You know, cattle, sheep, antelopes, deer, giraffes. How many people knew a giraffe was a ruminant? Okay, we got some winners here, excellent. So why am I here? Well, we all have our personal story, and this is mine. 2007, I realized I was a 51-year-old balding, obese pre-diabetic. I was introduced because Nancy had already been on the journey for 5 years. I was introduced to Protein Power, Gary Taub's Good Calories, Bad Calories was about to come out. And so today, I'm just balding. We've heard of some miraculous things, but that ain't it. And so then in about 2010, I started writing and talking about what I call grass-based health. That is, that we can have healthy soils, healthy plants, healthy animals, and healthy people as a result of forage and ruminant animal agriculture systems. Key message I want us all to take. Dr. Vega yesterday talked about pain points as impediments to change. I want us to internalize the idea that when we improve our health, we are in fact improving the world. And we shouldn't and we shouldn't listen to the voices that are going to come against us with other messages about why you shouldn't or couldn't or whatever. And part of my role is to just say, well, here's some other information, okay? And that's all I'm trying to do here today. Because the truth is that we can have healthy people and healthy soils as a result of ruminant animal agriculture. There are 3 essential keys that motivate what I'm doing, and that is that animal source foods are essential, full stop. Okay? So they're essential if we look at public health, because if we eliminate animal source food, public health is going to get worse, although it's hard to imagine that. I mean, goodness, what we've heard, what we've experienced. We can't have sustainable food systems. If you are not for animal agriculture, you are not for sustainable food systems. And culture, and tradition, and community. I mean, animal source food has been part of the human experience as long as we have been humans, which is more than 10,000 years. Right? It predates the dietary guidelines by just a little bit. And so I'm going to get wild and crazy, and I'm going to say, by my understanding, the preponderance of the high-quality scientific evidence that's available from all disciplines suggests that the greatest harm associated with animal source food consumption is from not getting enough. Okay, so we've got a reality of too little, and then a mythology, a narrative of too much. And I want to explore that a bit as we go along. It's key for people to understand that you can be overfed yet undernourished, and that malnutrition doesn't mean a caloric deficiency. Okay? Again, I made this point before that sustainable food systems require livestock in general, ruminant animal livestock in particular. I'm going to leave a lot of cards on the table, a lot of hostages to fortune, and I welcome interaction during the Q&A or later, okay? But here's one key sort of manifestation of this, that we can have animals as part of a food system, of a cropping system, an integrated livestock cropping system, and work is going on in this area, has been for decades. Okay? The reality is that ruminant animals remove far less nutrients from the area of production than other crops do. Understand what I'm saying? Okay, here's another thing to keep in mind though. The other crops are a very inefficient means of delivering those nutrients to humans. So here's a quick example. 70% of the phosphorus that would be removed by winter wheat is not digestible by humans. It's phytate. So what we're doing is we're extracting nutrients from the productive area and we're shipping them off to the human cities, the urbanized areas. And by 2050, it's estimated that over 70% of humanity is going to live in urban areas globally. And there's something else that's going on that should make this even more important. Some of you may be aware of this already. There's been a tremendous upward trend in input costs. This is one graph, but it only went through September of last year for the price of diammonium phosphate, for urea, and for potash. Urea as a source of nitrogen, diammonium phosphate for phosphate, and potash for potash. Potassium, okay. NPK, the three principal ingredients in fertilizer. Okay, so I updated this. For April 6th, there's been a little change. We're at record prices for diammonium phosphate and urea, and we're darn close for potash. And this, again, is a trend that started before the conflict. This is going to take years to rectify. So, but ruminant animals, the vast majority of the feed that these animals consume is not human utilizable. Only 4% of the feed that's consumed by the global domestic livestock herd is human utilizable food. Feed human, food people. Sorry. Feed animals, food people. And in this study, a quarter of that grain was not human edible because of off-grade, spoilage, whatever. Okay? So only 3%. Now you could argue that soy cakes might be human utilizable, but just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? And here's a specific example. These wonders of creation can take a high fiber, low fat, poor protein source and upcycle it into highest quality animal fat and animal protein, as well as minerals that are more bioavailable, as well as vitamins. We don't eat grass, just in case you were wondering. Okay, so this is in a dairy animal. This is New Zealand systems. Anybody who's not been to New Zealand, let me just tell you, the landscape doesn't look like here. So we're not going to do this kind of thing here, but we could do something with irrigated pasture. So this is a conversion rate of dry matter to milk, solids, on about an 8-to-1 basis. And if I had comparable feed value, in a beef animal, it would be 15, 16 pounds to 1, which sounds like a really good deal to me. Okay, there's lots of conversations about faux products, plant pucks, food-like substances. This is a concept that was given to me, and as soon as I heard it, I went, oh yeah. They're not producing protein. They're not producing food, they're processing food. They're taking substances that were already human utilizable, processing them, which usually means reducing their nutritive quality in some way, and producing this faux product. Versus the upcycling that takes place with the ruminant. Now, a lot of people have become aware of soil health and related issues. There's a lot of interest in something that's called regenerative agriculture. I'm really happy that people are finding out about this. Let me just point out the date on the quote. It ain't new, folks. We've gone through this incredible transition where we went from a majority rural population to now a majority urban, suburban population. Now, the last 2 years saw a little reversal of that, and some people are saying, maybe I don't need to live in there. And that's great. I'm all for you. I was born and raised in suburban Philadelphia, so I understand completely. But there has been work in this area for a very, very long time. That's the point that I'm making. Okay? And again, another quote from 1956, the year I was born. Grasslands of the world stand twixt a world of plenty and a world of famine. Between a land surface of green oases and a land of desert, between surface soil stability and accelerated erosion. Everything we do to produce food has an impact. Why do we not honestly look at the plant source food production and cast all the burden and suspicion on the animal source food production? And, by the way, as I've said before, there is no either or. They're integrated. So if you're a fan of organic produce, most of the fertilizer that comes for producing that produce is coming from livestock. So I've gotten to present papers at international events where I'm trying to raise awareness of metabolic health amongst the international grasslands community. And coming up in 2026, it's the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. And so I've had some connection into that community as well as the international grasslands. So what I'm wanting to encourage others to do is to take the metabolic health message back into their communities of profession. And let's spread this news, because as we've heard, chances are a lot of the people we work with are suffering from metabolic health problems. Okay. We have a long tradition of somebody coming along saying, there's, in 10 years, in 20 years, in whatever number of years, it's all going to freeze, it's all going to melt, we're going to burn up, or whatever it is. And there's a remarkably consistent record of these people being wrong. It's like the flippin' weatherman. You've been wrong for the last week, but what do you think about today? What we need to understand is we got dietary guidelines out of these kinds of projections. It goes way, way back, and it manifests itself in some very dark things. And then you've got this kind of thinking where, okay, here's half the people worldwide who need insulin to treat type 2 diabetes will not receive it in 2030 unless access is improved. You know, let's just speculate widely. What if there were some way that's been demonstrated in the literature of people reducing their need for insulin? Wouldn't that be another way? Wow, what could that be? Meanwhile, we have a crisis today. Now, these are figures from before we crashed the worldwide system over the last 2 years. And I can guarantee you it's gotten worse. If you live in a culture where there's not sufficient electricity to have cold shipment to provide food coming from production to consumption, where people don't have home refrigeration so that they must go to the market every day and they close down travel. So we've got 800 million people in the world that are calorically deficient, starvation. At the same time, we've got 2.2 billion people in the world overweight or obese. We got 3 billion people in the world that are arguably malnourished by my definition. And that's pre-pandemic. And that's with some pretty poor metrics, as I understand from what I've been hearing from speakers. Undernutrition, again, is not synonymous with caloric deficit. Overfed, undernourished, protein to energy malnutrition is a horrendous problem. Globally, it tends to impact children most severely. So children globally, over half are deficient in micronutrients, iron, vitamin A, zinc. We've got somewhere close to a quarter of children under 5 years old globally that are stunted. This is not only low height to age, this is also cognitive brain development, which lasts a lifetime. Estimated in sub-Saharan Africa, the rate of stunting represents an 11% drag on GDP for development. Sorry. 7% are wasted, that's low weight to height. 6% are overweight. This is global. Think it's gotten better over the last 2 years? So anybody that's arguing for a plant-based diet, which when I hear it, my filters translate that to vegan. I just think that's what that is. Because otherwise I don't understand the advocacy, because humanity's diet's already plant-based. The vast majority of calories in humanity's diet are coming from plant-sourced foods. Well, where do we get energy from plant-sourced foods? 2 things. Carbs, okay, sugar and starch were the words I was looking for. Okay, those are the carbs that we can utilize. Cows and ruminants, they can use structural carbohydrates, fiber, okay? And if we're in the midst of this global pandemic, word chosen advisedly, of metabolic illness, is advocating more consumption of sugar and starch a good idea? Now, I'm not trained in human nutrition. I'm not that kind of a doctor. I'm just a simple agronomist, a ruminant nutritionist. But I just ask questions. The vast majority of cause of death across the globe is non-communicable disease. We just heard Dr. Harper talk about what that means, and others. But my, short-term memory, he was right here. Insulin resistance, hyperinsulinemia are at least aggravating, if not causal factors. But it's global. Please get rid of this plagues of prosperity stuff. Half of adults in China, India, and the US. That's a lot of people. 80% live in low and middle income countries. Most don't know that they're affected or afflicted. Predicted 150% increase in type 2 diabetes by 2030. And obesity is a symptom, it is not the cause, but a lot of the conventional wisdom is still present in sustainable food conversations, in global food system conversations. We've got to get that demon exorcised. And the majority of crude protein in humanity's diet is coming from plants already. Humanity gets more crude protein from cereals than from all animal source foods combined. Wheat is the single largest source of crude protein in humanity's food supply. Think about that when we've got Russia, number 1, and Ukraine, number 5, in wheat export being taken out of business. But again, coming from my side, we have a lot of awareness of indispensable amino acids. And there are these specific targets in reducing stunting, wasting, and overweight in children. But it is not informed by this awareness of indispensable amino acids. It's informed by the old conventional wisdom. Please, can I find some people that I can introduce to this community of people that are trying to do this good work? The one at the bottom, subclinical kwashiorkor. I understand that kwashiorkor, which is the typical starvation sort of image that you have in the mind with a bloated belly but emaciated child otherwise, because the bloating is edema. The kwashiorkor means the sickness the baby gets when the next child comes. So you've had a child, had a baby being breastfed, new baby, wean that first baby onto cereal diet, which is deficient in the essential amino acids that the child needs, and then we see the sickness. But I believe this is cross all income, low, middle, and high income. And so I'm going to make the point that the existential crisis humanity faces now and in the future is this lack, this insufficient amount of animal source food for their diet. Whatever that, because when I say animal source food, I'm not just talking about red meat. Right? Dr. Rigby yesterday, daily meds, meat, eggs, dairy, seafood. Pick whatever is appropriate for you. Okay. But there's this weird sort of disconnect between what nutrition science would say and what the advocates recommend. It's very bizarre. And there's lots of possible explanations, but it's well outside my scope. Here's a manifestation, though. This is a global map of the incidence of stunting in children under 5. And you see the scale there, the magenta, I guess, is greater than 30% of children in those countries. Now, don't remember specific countries, but remember the pattern of the countries, okay? How that looks going across the map, okay? Let's look at another thing. This is mortality. This is the percent of adults at 30 who are going to die by 70 of various non-communicable diseases across, and you see that same sort of trend across the map, right? These Einsteins look at the diet in those very same countries and say that's the healthiest diet we need to be achieving. Now, forgive me, I'm an agronomist, so maybe I'm missing something. Maybe the doctors can help me here. These people are advocating for the diet that's producing the greatest amount of stunting and the earliest death among adults. Okay, but it gets worse. Let's come home. Here we come to the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, latest edition, which is all about nutrient dense. And we got to be real careful with these people. We need to make sure we understand what they mean by words that we think we know what they mean. We got to make sure we understand the terms we're using. Okay, what do they mean by nutrient dense? Well, they mean explicitly low fat because they don't consider fat a nutrient. All fat can do is dilute other elements that they consider essential. This is their mindset, so they define it that way. Okay? So then we end up from that with this, where shredded wheat is nutrient dense, but frosted wheat is not. Now, I'm not advocating for frosted wheat, but shredded wheat? That vegetable oil, and by the way, it's industrial oil. There's no vegetable involved with this process, right? It's not carrots put in, oh, look, we've got vegetable oil. No. Vegetable oil is nutrient dense, but butter is not. This is the dietary guidelines. That, I would not argue that soda is something we should be consuming or is, nutrient dense, but sparkling water? Nutrient dense? WTF? And the truth is that people talk very confidently about ecosystems or food systems, and these systems are way more complex, maybe even more complex than we can think about, talk about, understand. This is just one example of sustainable beef. There are 24 different issues arrayed around the circumference of that circle. Each one of those should be a presentation. Thank you, Eric. My list is now longer. And a holistic view would have to look at all of those, right? Because they're interacting in ways that we don't fully understand. But it's all part, unfortunately, we tend to drill down onto only one of them. So greenhouse gases is the thing du jour. And what we don't understand, oh yeah, by the way, I just realized what that looks like. Wrong end, people. I mean, I love a good fart joke as much as the next guy, but it's belches, not farts. You're welcome. But if you only focus on one thing, then the rest of the system can react in a way that's not what you want. For example, if your sole focus is on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, then you're in favor of more time in a feedlot. I'll just let that one ruminate for a while. So myopia is the death of sustainability. Myopia is the death of health. We've heard that again and again throughout this. If we just fixate on one thing, okay. And we're talking about improving our lives, and our lives are more than just merely what we eat, as important as what our food is. But at the risk of oversimplifying, let me just say, surely, if we're going to talk about sustainable food systems, we ought to acknowledge that plant-sourced foods are of lower nutritional quality and value in a human diet than animal-sourced foods. That's not controversial. But yet, in all the conversations, again and again, they get treated as if they are. Here's some quick examples. Oh, first of all, let me come back. So, if I have the same amount of isocaloric, same calorie content, two different diets, where all the calories are coming from plants or all the calories are coming from animals, clearly they're not going to have the same metabolic effect. And yeah, you can't do that. I understand. I'm making a point that fat from animal source food doesn't have the same, has a different metabolic effect from energy, calories coming from starch and sugar. Proteins and minerals, likewise, if I feed the same amount from plant source and animal source food, we don't get the same metabolic effect. And we need to acknowledge that our requirement for vitamins and minerals is largely influenced by the forms of food that make up our diet. And yet, frequently in sustainable food system conversations, people will focus on caloric yield per unit area. Again, we're in the midst of a global pandemic of metabolic illness. Is sugar really the best way? Because you can produce a lot of calories from sugar. I've spoken elsewhere about the difference between crude protein and true protein. There's a talk posted, Low Carb Down Under, of a talk that I gave at Low Carb San Diego. There's a lot of topics in there. Let me just focus on this one. This is from a paper that came out last year where they looked at 100 and some odd low and middle income countries, and they looked at the total crude protein supply. They compared that supply to some requirement, and they were able to split out the source. The orange bit at the top is from meat, the green bit on the bottom of each bar is from plants, but this is crude protein. Crude protein is not true protein. It's not the amino acids that we need. And so, but people involved in policy look at this and say, well, only those few down there at that low end are below the requirement, so protein is not a nutrient of concern. But if we correct for the amount of those amino acids that can be utilized, which is set by the amino acid that's present in the lowest amount, none of those meet the requirement. And that's before we ever consider whether that requirement is high enough. We've gone from where it isn't a concern, and apparently it should be. But don't think that we're out of the woods. There's similar data showing a similar problem in the United States, not the least of which is because the dietary guidelines use something called ounce equivalents, which from this paper were demonstrated to not be metabolically equivalent. Now let's take it to an environmental footprint. When we drill into it more appropriately, we begin to get animal source protein and plant source protein to be comparable in terms of their greenhouse gas emission intensity. And of course, we're not only getting protein, as important as that is, from animal source foods, we're getting shortfall nutrients from around, that are a major problem. Don't think that this is UK data. Girls 11 to 18 years old, 49% are deficient in iron. Women from 19 to 65, virtually 25%. And we can supply these nutrients with a much lower emission intensity from animal source foods than from plant source food. And then we need to add this little kicker in here, and I love this one. They've admitted now, thanks to some research, that because of the nature of methane in the environment, in the atmosphere, especially biogenic methane, methane that comes, we call it enteric methane, the methane that gets burped out of a cow, that remains in the atmosphere for approximately 10 years, but it came from the atmosphere when the plant produced the dry matter that the cow ate, so it's a cycling. It's not an enrichment of carbon. So they're acknowledging that now and saying that GWP, global warming potential 100, overestimated the impact of enteric methane by only 3 to 4 times. So when we look at lysine production from dairy instead of crude protein production, it brings dairy down by a factor of 100, makes it less than soy juice beverage, and that's before we apply the divide by 3 or 4. There are official statements out by organizations saying vegan diets not for pregnant, lactating infants, children, adolescents. And then I ask the question, what about seniors, old farts like me? There are studies that have shown that minimal amendment of diet, I'm talking 1 egg a day, in addition to whatever the typical diet is, produces measurable differences in school children's cognitive and scholastic performance by age 9. And we know now that old farts like me need a higher quality diet so that we can age healthfully, which I'm interested in. Okay, call me selfish. A lot of focus globally about the first 1,000 days of a human being's life, but a third of women globally are anemic. Vitamin B12 deficiency is widespread, and I think that's a problem in the United States as well. Only 40% of infants globally are exclusively breastfed for, the first 6 months of their life. And then you really have to read into the footnotes a couple layers, because they'll play games with their terms, but in this case they say animal source foods are the best sources of high quality nutrients for children 6 months to 23 months of age. Hello, Professor Noakes. And this is, here you come, Chris, the World Health Organization. Thank you. 59% of children in that age group, however, do not get eggs, dairy, fish, or meat. And we've known from the data for some time that diets that are low in animal source foods are typically low intake of bioavailable iron and zinc, calcium, retinol, vitamin B2, B6, B12. So there's this disconnect between what we know from the research and what's being advocated. Okay, now let's take it. We're rapidly running downhill toward the end. You've been very patient. But people want to talk about greenhouse gas emissions from animal source food production. But what's the footprint of chronic illness? So, quick review. All of agriculture in the United States is responsible, by latest estimate, for approximately 9% of greenhouse gas emissions, anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. Okay? All of animal source food production is responsible for 4%. So less than half of agriculture's is coming from animal source food production. And beef itself is responsible for 2% of the total, right? The American healthcare industry is responsible for 10 by some estimates. Healthcare industry is producing more greenhouse gas emissions than all of agriculture. Now, that's not an apples to apples comparison, and I admit that freely. The point is that healthcare has an environmental footprint. And by some estimates, the average American with type 2 diabetes uses pharmaceuticals equivalent to 2 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. One estimate was that if the average adult American could eliminate their medication use, is there such a thing even possible? What would that be? Okay, let's just speculate widely. If you could do that, you would reduce your carbon footprint 29% more than if you went from a high meat to a vegan diet. And everything I know is that a high meat diet is sustainable in the sense of you can stay on it. Okay. So if all of the diabetics, the type 2 diabetics, could eliminate their pharmaceutical use, and we're only talking about the diabetic medications, that would equal, in the United States, 50 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent. What the heck does that mean? Well, that's 10.8 million passenger cars driven for 1 year equivalent. 4% of the registered passenger vehicles in the United States. That's 4.7 times the total cumulative sales of plug-in electric vehicles to date, as of December. So you want to reduce your environmental footprint, improve your health, make the world a better place. Meanwhile, we have professional burnout. Meanwhile, we have a mental health crisis. That's not sustainable. So part of what I'm doing is I'm calling for multidisciplinary investigations that can look at what constitutes a healthy diet for the metabolically ill as well as the healthy. Remember, the dietary guidelines are not intended for sick people. You know that. They say so. So fine, they can have the 12%. No, it's not fine, but investigate the vital role that animal source food plays in human development and health, the causes of non-communicable diseases, the essential role that ruminant animal agriculture plays in sustainable food systems, a science-based assessment of the environmental, societal, and economic impacts of the burden of non-communicable diseases, as well as animal source food production. We've been asymmetrically applying the precautionary principle, which is not the way you're supposed to apply it. You know, they assume, like they did in the first dietary goals, they assumed no harm, and they assumed that they were right about the benefits. Might be time for a reevaluation. And then a fresh perspective and approach toward communicating this information to the wider public. So here are some resources. They're free. You can look them up. Again, I've published these on my social media accounts, so we're getting close to the end. And speaking of social media accounts, here we are. And then the one I want to live up longer is this one. In case you're interested, I've put together a list of books. They're on Amazon. You know, some of the books I'd like to put there, Amazon is way overpriced, but there's no way I can figure out how to put it there and say, don't buy it here, buy it there. So I'll work on that problem. But these are books that I found helpful across a range of subject matter. And if there isn't one on there, it doesn't mean anything. It's just these are the ones I put together. So with that, I thank you for coming again. I want to thank our MCs. I want to thank Chris and Miriam and everyone who's worked to put this on. I want to thank the vendors for their support. But most of all, I want to encourage all of you. If what I can do is lower the burden, the barrier to adoption, if I can be the analgesic to the pain points, I'm using terms I don't understand. But if I can help you in working with others or yourself, please feel free to contact me. And again, I'm here for the Q&A, and I'll be here for the rest of this event. Thank you very much.
Aren't you so thankful for Dr. Ballerstedt? He articulates his points so amazingly, but his energy level, he's saying it so kindly, but don't you hear, the emperor has no clothes, people. It's so exciting to hear him.
What I love is the fact that the information that he's talking about, and what a lot of what we're seeing as a theme of the entire weekend is, what we're hearing, this isn't new. It's just new to us. Like all of it, I mean, you hear like the whole reversed idea. It's like this eating lifestyle that we're talking about, whether you want to talk about a primal or eating ruminant animals, and it's not new. It's thousands of years old. It's just all of a sudden it's new to us, and we're like, why haven't we looked at this before? If what we've been doing for the last couple hundred years hasn't worked, why are we continuing to do this? What I talked about yesterday. It's like Rachel's dress. Would anybody know that this dress costs $3?
$3.
She got it at a thrift store. So it wasn't new, but it's new to her.
Yeah. And
Right?
we can embrace it. It's so exciting. So
Speaking of new,
Yeah.
wait. Anybody know what the number one thing that we talk about that you need to do when you're on keto other than changing your food itself? Electrolytes. Who's never tried Redmond Relight? Anybody never tried Redmond Relight?
All right.
I'm not giving
No,
it to you, Dave.
Don't you throw.
Anybody else?
I don't want to be responsible for knocking someone out.
Here, I got another one.
All right.
Rachel. No, she wants me to toss it to her.
Okay, you can. All right.
Here, I got a couple more. By the way, I tried to pay for these and Redmond wouldn't let me. So this is courtesy of Redmond. So we're going to bring up, we've got some panelists. They're going to answer some questions. If you didn't get one, go over to Redmond booth because they got a bunch of samples. It is one of the greatest things you're going to do, and it gives all of the panelists are going to talk to you, but sodium. You need your sodium. It is almost impossible to overdo sodium. This man here probably eats like 10 ounces of sodium a day. I've never seen somebody eat sodium like Dave Feldman, and he's still alive. Okay, so like sodium is so important. Even though he's not here, go read the book The Salt Fix. If you want to know can you overdo sodium, go read the book The Salt Fix.
So we're
going to bring up our panelists, and we're going to have you answer or ask some questions of this morning's speakers.
I'll run around. I got my sneakers on.
You got your sneakers?
We're good. If we can start queuing up as they get ready. Anybody have a question? And we got a question. All right, I'm going to just start heading over there. Here I go. Here I go. Awesome. Who's your first question to?
While you're finding somebody, I actually have a question. We're going to give them a microphone real quick. Because we've talked a lot about protein through this whole weekend. And so I have a question, even though it had nothing to do with your talk. I know I'm going to love your answer, and I think a lot of people have this question for Amy. And that is, I thought if you eat too much protein, it turns into a jelly donut because of gluconeogenesis. So can we talk about that?
Yeah, so is this on?
Is it on? There we go.
Hello, hello. It doesn't sound, I don't sound very loud. Hello?
Here, use this one.
Hello. There. Okay. So gluconeogenesis is a thing. It's glucose new genesis, the creation of new glucose. So gluconeogenesis is when your body makes glucose out of something that wasn't glucose, like amino acids or glycerol from triglycerides, from how we store fat, from how we eat fat. So that's the glycerol backbone of a triglyceride molecule, again, the fat, doesn't contribute a whole lot to glucose generation, but it can contribute in the way that amino acids can contribute. Does this biochemical pathway exist? Yes. Is it something we need to be terrified of? No. If you did not have gluconeogenesis, you couldn't fast. So those of you that love fasting for 3 days or a week, why don't you just be grateful for gluconeogenesis? Now, I think there may be situations of like brittle diabetes or something where you maybe need to watch the protein intake, but I think, like Peter said, I think the problem, especially because a few years ago everybody was made afraid of protein, it's less so because of the carnivore movement now, but a couple of years ago, I think the risk in the keto community was not enough protein and everybody was going crazy with the fat. So yeah, does gluconeogenesis exist? Do we need to be afraid of it? I don't think so.
So I've got, I don't know, this is going to be a good one because Dr. Westman's got a question over here. Oh, we got one over there first.
Well, first, I just wanted to say I can't overstate how grateful I am for all of you and all of the speakers yesterday as well. Thank you so much for what you're doing for all of us. And secondly, I just wanted to say, and I know I'm not alone in feeling this way, I want to do so much more. You all have really fired me up, and I'm sure a lot of us up. And I know the best thing that we can do is to take care of ourselves and be our shining light for others and live by example. But what else do you want to see from us? Just normal citizens, like what can we start to do on a daily basis? One thing. Do you have any advice for us? I'd love to hear from each of you if you have thoughts to share.
Do you want to start?
Yeah. Great question, and thank you for the acknowledgement. I think it goes back, no pun intended, to our thoughts. If we could really start to master those 60,000 thoughts, then let's say you go back home, right, and you're sharing all this information with your friends, and they're like, "Hey, you're crazy. The keto thing, heart attacks, you're just going to be like a good-looking corpse," right? Those are the comments people make. Well, you have two options. When you're aware of your thoughts, then you could take a moment understand where they are in their journey, and you could respond. And when they're ready, that conversation could be great for them to enter your world. Or we could react and say, what are you talking, and get into an argument with that person. And then we have a barrier there, and we can't make a difference for that person. So I would say we could choose to react or to respond, and it's always better to respond. And as you work on yourself, change your health, and start working with those who are open to your coaching and teachings, they'll get inspired by those results, and when they're ready to have that conversation, then you're there to have that conversation with them. But it starts with your thoughts, because that would have been lost if you would have reacted to that negative comment. So that would be my advice to you.
So I think the quickest way to turn somebody off to trying low carb or keto is to be in their face preaching and proselytizing. But I do think we are so fortunate to live. So social media is a blessing and a curse, right? It's a blessing because guess what? It's free to start a blog. It's free to get on Twitter. Facebook is free. It's free to start a YouTube account. If you have had a beneficial experience from keto, put it out there for free, because I can tell you, we have people in this room who have influenced thousands of people through their medical practices or their published research, but how many, frankly, probably more thousands of people learned about it from some random blog post they found or a YouTube video that popped up one day. So don't hide it. If you have a message to share, share it, and we're just fortunate that it's so easy, not only to share it for free, but for free to reach thousands, if not millions of people.
I agree about the internet. The joke is they used to say if you give a million monkeys typewriters, they'd reproduce Shakespeare, and now thanks to the internet, we know that's not true. So the mixed blessing thing, and filters are important, but you know, it's got to. If you're looking to extend this information to others, then you know, grow where you're planted. Where you know your relationships are, where you already have a relationship with people, and let it grow from there. If you're in a profession where you're somewhat related to any of this, then carefully look for ways that you can engage there. And I did say carefully, because I tell the young pre-tenure you know, faculty members that I interact with, just you need to know this personally. And after you get tenure, then you can start, you know, doing the advocacy. So, you know, be discerning. But the first thing is to take care of yourself. You know, we are of such infinite worth that I don't think we properly appreciate that, each individually. And so we allow these negative messages to come in. And, you know, it takes two people to play catch. So, you know, don't catch the ball, don't throw it back to them. They'll get tired. You know, how many people have played fetch with a dog that doesn't fetch?
I'm still, to answer your question, I'm so humbled that I'm up here with these folks, because I was down there with you like 10 years ago. And so I think the question is not what we can tell you to do, although I agree with what my colleagues here said. It's you have to ask yourself what you can do. And that's what I did. I just said, okay, I got this wrong. I made a huge mistake teaching the wrong stuff to students for 30 years. I have to pay the price for that. I have to atone for that. And so thanks to Dr. Westman and Volek and Finney and others, I just dedicated my life to that. So that's why I wrote the book. That's why I came here. And things are changing. Like a few years ago, I'd go into a restaurant and go, I'm kind of keto. They go, you kind of what? Now I say I'm kind of keto. They go, oh, okay, right. So, and then they give you gluten-free. Okay, we got a little bit of work to do. But I think, yeah, just ask yourself. I think there's lots that each of us can do. So here's the thing. Nobody ever wins an argument in the history of mankind by telling the other side they're stupid, right? What they are, perhaps, is ignorant. And I don't mean that in a bad way. They're either ignoring the evidence or they're naive. They don't know the evidence. So feel free to correct people in a kind way, in a helpful way, and tell them, listen, I'm just concerned about your health. We know, I can tell you, the best robust science will tell you that for 7 out of 8 people, a ketogenic diet is probably going to be their best non-drug-based route to optimal health. I can tell you that. And I don't tell anything that's not supported by science. So spread the word. Yeah, you're not. I deputized you. You get out there and do your thing. But no, the tide is changing. You can see keto restaurants in town. They have keto things on menu. Remember, I think during Atkins, Dr. Westman, did McDonald's not have like an Atkins burger for a little while? I think they did. But that's when we can see fast food chains starting to have keto options. I think maybe even Taco Bell has that now. But then, and so my thing, just to finish up there, I'm tired of trying to convince government policymakers that we got to change things. They got blinkers on. They're not listening. They're not listening. They don't want to hear that message. So what I think we need to do, continue doing, and thank you, Chris and Miriam, for providing this opportunity to talk directly to the public. And then they can go and talk to their general practice physicians and tell them, no, I don't care what you say about LDL. Everything else is good, so I don't want to go on a statin. And you need Dr. whatever, he or she, to better inform yourself. And we all have books that will help with that. And again, Dr. Westman was sort of a pioneer there. And by the way, of my 50, 60,000 thoughts a day, 50,000 of them are about the Tennessee Titans. So.
Eric Westman, Durham, North Carolina. Great talks, everybody. But David, I need to, because you flatter, I need to push back and criticize. I mean,
please do.
That's what academics do.
I
that was supposed to be kind of funny, but so I'm looking at the FDG glucose. So you radio label the glucose molecule. You give it to someone with cancer. The cancer cells take up the glucose much more avidly than the normal cells. And so what we saw is the tumors lit up. That's the FDG glucose. And then on a couple of those patients you showed, it looked like the tumor was gone. However, or is it just that they didn't take up glucose anymore? So I could imagine a reviewer looking at this data as saying, it's just an artifact that tumors aren't taking glucose up anymore. Do you have CT or objective tumor volume to show that the tumor itself actually got smaller and it wasn't just the glucose coming up, taking up less? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. And the answer is yes, we do. We do CT and PET scan as well.
Okay, thank you.
So it's PET CT. So we do have that tumor. It's unanalyzed data at the moment, but thank you. It's a little more detailed question than I was kind of expecting. But one of the things, thank you for that, is that did you notice the heart disappearing? Wasn't that cool? And so I said to Dr. Volek, I'm going to call him Jeff because we're friends, but I said to Jeff, that's cool. And he said, oh yeah, I know, we're all over this. Like the ability remember the heart, you live as long as your heart, right? You basically live as long as your coronary arteries will let you. And so if we can see the heart shifting to burning ketones preferentially over glucose, that diesel engine liking the best, cleanest burning, high octane fuel you can put in your body, is that going to help prevent heart disease? I'm going to say PDS, pretty darn sure. Thank you.
You got one?
I do, and then we'll yield to John
I got
Schneider
tough
from the
side
Dukes
room
of Hazzard over
Look
there.
at this line over here.
Dukes of Hazzard. Dennis Williamson, type 2 diabetic, approaching 10 years of ketosis. Okay, so maybe I'm a tenured patient, deputized. Thank you, Dr. Harper. Even my doctors have gotten to where they say, well, yeah, you are the captain of your own ship, and they ask me questions. Anyway, I'm really thankful for all your talks today, especially everything I've heard since this morning. Ben, we've been talking about mitochondria. We've been talking a little bit about them and a little bit about our gut health and bacteria and all the helpful bacteria that are inside us. Can you give everybody a little brush up on the size of the mitochondria as organelles in the cell, because they're awfully small?
The average cell, great question, Dennis, and thank you for sharing that first and foremost. The average cell has few hundred to thousands of mitochondria in a single cell. And as I mentioned earlier, the cells that are really metabolically active, mostly needed for survival, brain, heart, ovaries, have the most mitochondria, from 50,000, 100,000 to over 2 million, certain parts of the brain. They're very small. They're little organelles. Some of the most surprising research that I came across when it came to the mitochondria is that there's only 2 antioxidants that actually could penetrate the mitochondrial membrane: glutathione and melatonin. And we think of melatonin as typically like a sleep agent, which it could help with sleep, but it's much more than that. I've seen research that shows that melatonin is actually the most potent mitochondrial antioxidant that you could ever use. And of course, we produce melatonin, but something else that I discovered, it's not just the pineal gland that produces melatonin. Every cell that has mitochondria actually produces its own melatonin, which is super interesting. So this goes back to, and I know this is a long-winded answer, but it's something that's exciting in my mind right now. This goes back to eating before bed, right? When you eat before bed, whether it's carnivore or not, there's going to be a glucose response. There's going to be a process for digestion, blood flow to the gut. But also, if glucose is elevated, it also shuts down the receptors in the pancreas that produces insulin, which leads to higher glucose overnight, which is problematic. So to wrap up my answer here, I think we need to get our circadian rhythms in order. We need to understand there's much more to melatonin than just being a sleep agent, and just be amazed at how incredible the human body is, and it's just beyond what I could ever even imagine. And I hope that kind of answered your question, Dennis. Yeah.
I've got to start sleeping at night.
Hi, I'm Ken Berry from Holiday, Tennessee. I think one of the most important messages we've heard this weekend, Easter weekend, is Dr. Ballerstedt's message. I remember a few years back I went to KetoCon and I was looking at the speakers and I'm like, a forage agronomist, what the hell is he doing here? Now I know what he's doing here, okay? Even though you're not that kind of doctor, can you please give us just a few pointers? How can we go back to our community and start to not only feed ourselves the nutrient-dense, highly bioavailable, ancestrally appropriate food that is ruminant meat? How can we convince our friends and family that there are billionaires and multi-billion-dollar corporations who are very intent on us thinking that a plant-based diet is the proper human diet? What would you recommend we go back home and not only eat your meat, but how can we convince our relatives and our friends, you know, plant-based is not the answer?
Thank you very much. Let me suggest, anybody who's ever split wood, you start with the end of the log and there's no cracks in it, but you put the wedge in and then it starts to open up. I think metabolic health is the wedge issue. And I think that if we had relationships where we don't start, we start with a message of, here's some information about diabetes if it's diabetes, or here's some information, and we begin down that path, and obviously I'm thinking of the kind of information we've heard here as opposed to some other sources, but then at some point along the line, we could have conversations about these other issues. Some specifics, I know in some school districts, it's a challenge to get real food into, lunch programs. If you have food pantries in your community and you're economically positioned to where you could buy some animal-sourced food that's shelf-stable, like not be the person that takes the gallon of barbecue sauce and donates it. I mean, like some real food that people could utilize because they need that kind of stuff. They can't often deal with frozen food, right? So it's got to be shelf stable. But heck, you can buy canned butter. So there are things like that, and it's a quick list, and we've just gotten to 0. So,
Chris, do we have time for one more? Because I want to throw a curveball up here because we got Dave over here.
You shouldn't have asked him that. I knew that was going to happen. Actually, first, a gentle correction to Ben. We do actually get fat-soluble antioxidants, such as alpha-tocopherol, within lipoproteins that come into the cell. Just wanted to throw that out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that was the mitochondria. Oh, fair enough.
Were you asleep?
I might have been. This is Keto Salt Lake. That's only for the insiders. So actually, this is for Peter. Once again, you sent me down a rabbit hole. Peter does that to me sometimes. And I had heard something a long time ago from my grandfather that I didn't connect until recently. He said, and this was when I was maybe 8 years old, he was talking about the health of the soil, which to me as a kid, I'm like, well, it's just dirt. I don't really get the point of it. And he said, we learned a lot more about it during the Dust Bowl. And he was into football at the time, so I thought bowl, Super Bowl, and all these bowls, right? And then I would later come, literally last year, I would later look up that actually, indeed, that's where a lot of agronomy came from, because unfortunately, we love to learn about things after we've lost them. Yes. Apparently, that's where a lot of this science came from. Is that correct?
To a large part. I mean, it starts, you have to look into analytical chemistry to see when we develop the ability to find nutrients. Analyzing a substance for total nitrogen goes back into the 1880s, because that's how long we've been estimating crude protein. So it goes back a ways. A lot of what happened in colonial Eastern North America was just tremendously degradative until we developed the knowledge of replacing fertilizers. So we had a lot of erosion and depleted soils. Dust Bowl was a government program because they wanted to replace Russia, ironically, as a wheat exporter, because World War I had interrupted the supply, and so they wanted to get more wheat production in the U.S., so they put in a program that would allow people to, till shortgrass prairie that should never have been broken. But they did it in a wet period of time, and because it was native sod, it was fertile. And so they got some really good crops for a couple years, and then it turned dry again. And so then the soil blew. There's anecdotal tales of Native Americans looking and saying grass is wrong side up. Right. Dirt is what your mama washed out of your genes. Soil is what life depends on. And yeah, there's been a lot of efforts over the years to stop erosion, minimize erosion, reverse some of that degradation. Certainly since the 30s, it was in the 30s that the Soil Conservation Service got started.
Thanks.
I know we're past time into lunch, but this is such a precious opportunity. If you guys don't mind answering some more questions. I mean, we're keto, right? So we can intermittent fast if need be.
I want to go for the record that you are going off schedule and not me.
I know.
This is like
I'm gonna probably have a rash from my OCD. It's our CDO, as I like to call it. But let's have another question.
This is for Dr. Harper. I'm wondering, because you had mentioned breast cancer, if you had noticed anything in terms of lymphedema improvement, which can happen sometimes after the removal of lymph nodes from breast cancer treatment. I don't know if that's anything you would have come across or anything you're interested in. I'm just a little bit curious about it, if there's been any improvement. And for those who don't know, lymphedema can occur after lymphatic vessel damage, like the removal of lymph nodes, and it causes swelling in a limb and can be very debilitating.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. The question is, I understand it, because Peter was making a lot of noise up here, so
It's what I do.
he was looking for dirt, I think, somewhere. But yeah, under my nails. Yeah, you won't find it there. I don't work in the lab anymore. Thank you for the question, though. So the question, as I understand it, was, did we notice any lymphedema resulting from the diet or changing because of the diet? And the short answer is no. We didn't look at that specifically.
I was more thinking in terms of lymphedema that had occurred maybe from prior treatment, potentially improving.
Yeah. It's very typical because often most of these women have had mastectomies, often radical mastectomies, and they usually remove the lymph nodes, and so lymphedema can be a problem. The body doesn't drain the fluids. The university I graduated from, University of British Columbia, I can't remember the researcher though, he's the first one to actually get breast cancer survivors rowing. And everybody thought, that's crazy. They're going to have lymphedema, they're going to be all swollen up. Turned out to improve the situation. So we didn't measure it, so when you do these studies, you have to tell the research ethics board exactly what you're going to measure before you start. So you can't you can observe things, but you can't kind of make things up as you go. It's a really good question though, and it is a serious side effect especially of the radical mastectomy. But we've come a long way from my mother's day when she had her radical mastectomy. By the way, my mother was one of the first radiation therapy patients. She's a nurse, so she gave herself up to science.
So I think we have one more over
Well,
here.
wait, I got one. Yeah, ladies first over here.
Thank you. How does your view of, and this is for any of the people in the room who can answer this who've been talking, how does your view of the use of statins change when it comes to familial hypercholesterolemia or even non-familial but just crazy high? Is there a limit at which they should be considered? I know I watched tons of videos and we're kind of the other direction, but is there a point at which they do need to be considered?
So with the caveat, obviously, that I'm not a medical doctor, and I will defer to those who, although you're a PhD, right? Yeah, we have no medical doctors on the stage. Maybe we can defer to Dr. Westman or Dr. Berry, but I've read some of the literature on familial hypercholesterolemia, and it looks like the very, very elevated LDL is only one of many factors that contribute to cardiovascular disease in these people. They have a lot of polymorphisms in clotting factor production and fibrinogen, and all these other things that help clot or help resolve clots. And it looks like when you target, many of you, who knows the name David Diamond or Asim Malhotra, Ufi Ravenskov, all these people, they're called, the cholesterol skeptics, or some people call them quacks. I enjoy their work. They really make a good case that the LDL by itself is actually not the thing that's driving the cardiovascular disease. Now, whether or not there may be a role for statins, if your cholesterol is, 700, 800, I'll defer to the medical doctors that maybe there's a rationale for lowering that while also targeting those other factors. And there's one paper, I forget the name of it, they show an incredible graph that regardless of the LDL, no matter how high it was, the biggest factor, I think, was triglycerides. Like triglycerides to HDL just dwarfed, to HDL, dwarfed the LDL. So but there may be a rationale for statins, and maybe like Dr. Westman has done some work showing that the statins have other effects besides just lowering cholesterol. They do. I mean, I'm not a fan of statins, but there may be other mechanisms that make them beneficial in those situations that are actually unrelated to the LDL. But I'm not a doctor, I'm just sharing what I've read.
So I'm not a physician either, which is good because I can't have my license pulled for saying what I think. There is a small effect for LDL. Dave is probably the guy to talk to this. Small effect of LDL. The Jupiter study they talk about and so on, and mortality. But it's really small. Like the number needed to treat is enormous. And it may be because one of the things that statins do, and yes, if you have familial hypercholesterolemia, you should probably be on a statin. But one of the things statins do is they actually inhibit blood clotting. And most of the cardiovascular accidents are due to clotting issues. So, the one thing I would say is cardiovascular disease is not about saturated fat in your diet. Full stop, end of story, no more discussion. So that's one thing for sure. It's not about fat in your diet. Cardiovascular disease is at its root cause an inflammatory disease. And the inflammation is caused by excess sugar in your diet and the AGEs, advanced glycated entities, that cause that inflammation, and endothelial injury that causes, and then the LDL becomes an issue. But the root cause of cardiovascular disease is not diet, it's inflammation. So if you can control that systemic inflammation, you can greatly reduce your risk of cardiovascular disease, so heart attacks and strokes.
Okay, we're going to end on this one right here.
I hope this is a good question. For Amy Berger, you had talked about You had talked about having a high incidence of insulin resistance in the various brain disorders, cognitive disorders like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and those kind of things, but that incidence occurred before any sort of diagnosable diabetes or other sort of glucose indicative diagnoses. And so I'm wondering what is maybe a sign that you should test for some of those kind of things earlier than the diagnosis for diabetes or whatnot. I have a lot of family members who have the Alzheimer's and the Parkinson's and things like that, and they do decline so quickly that if we can find these things in our families before it gets to the point where they might have diabetes or they might have, these glucose indicative issues where the insulin resistance is masked for some time, how do we know when to test and when to look for those things before it gets to the point of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and those things?
That is an excellent question. And I'm going to, I hate to, I wrote a book with Dr. Westman. We have copies here for sale, but he's a brilliant man. Why shouldn't I quote him, right? He says, what modern medicine does now is pull people out of the river. What we want to do is stop them from jumping in the first place. So how do we stop people from jumping into the river? And I think you can actually have your fasting insulin measured. It's not an expensive test. If you do it yourself, it's $34 or ownyourlabs.com. Dave, you probably do it, I'm sure. It's that's available. In my opinion, it should be a routine part of a standard checkup, just like a glucose is. A1C is not even a routine standard thing, which is crazy to me. But so you can measure fasting insulin. However, like I mentioned, in a lot of people, the fasting level will be normal, but when you have your bagel and your orange juice, forget it. So there are sort of telltale signs that will tip you off that there's maybe a problem. The triglyceride to HDL ratio can sometimes be elevated long before you notice anything else. If you have hypertension, not every case of hypertension is metabolic syndrome or insulin, but many are. Essential hypertension, or means we have no idea what causes it. What was I going to say? It's very individual because some people will have skin tags that indicate chronically high insulin, even if you're not overweight. So it's not just a matter of obesity. Women, if you have any signs and symptoms of PCOS, your facial hair, irregular periods, acne, so there's a lot of things. And I do want to be clear. I didn't have time to address it, but things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, the glucose insulin thing is a huge factor, but a vitamin B12 deficiency all by itself can cause neurological and cognitive problems, some of which will become irreversible. Use of statin drugs, you can go to the FDA's website. In my Alzheimer's talk, I normally have a slide that's directly from the FDA's website saying that use of statin drugs may cause cognitive impairment. Not all the statins cross the blood-brain barrier, but the ones that do, how important is cholesterol to the brain? Like kind of a big deal, right? So there's other things that can contribute so it might not always be an insulin issue, but there's all these like little hints that you can look at to see like years before the problem would happen.
Okay, I think we're going to take some lunch. I want to thank all the speakers for taking extra time for us.
Yes.
Now, Rachel's the planner, so she can tell you what time we have to be back, 'cause I have no idea.
We will be coming back by 1:25. You're not going to want to miss Abby from House of Keto, who's going to be speaking when we return from lunch. Thanks, guys.